So there I was, touching a glowing rock in front of my whole class, about to be told, I'm a genius. That was the good news. The bad news showed up about 10 seconds later. Let me back up. My name's Lee Chang. A month ago, I was a normal guy on Earth. Then I died. Or blinked. The details are fuzzy and honestly not the point. I woke up here. New world, new body, same name. Lazy paperwork, I guess. And this world runs on exactly one thing. Talent. Not money, not blood, talent. Here's the deal. Everybody lines up at a magic rock at graduation and touches it. Most people get nothing. A rock is a rock. But a lucky few awaken a talent, and boom, they're superhuman. Fire hands, super speed, whatever the rock decides to hand them. But awakening a talent is only half the game. The real trick is evolution. You figure out your talent's hidden path, hunt down weird materials, brew them into a potion, chug it, and level up. Weak talent plus known evolution path beats strong talent plus no clue every single time. That's the whole world in one sentence. Simple. Except nobody actually knows the paths. They're secrets. People spend whole lifetimes guessing which flower and which drop of monster blood turns their little talent into a big one. And most of them guess wrong and die ordinary. So yeah, everybody in that hall was sweating, me included. The awakening ceremony is exactly as brutal as it sounds. A teacher calls names off a list. You walk up, touch the rock, and the whole room watches your future get decided in 3 seconds. The rock lights up. Then it either stays lit, congratulations, you're special, or it dims, and the teacher crosses your name out like you're a typo. First kid, dims. Failed, no talent. Zhao goes white. Zhao does not take it well. Nobody does. Second kid, dims. Third, dims. Fourth, fifth, sixth, dims, dims, dims. The teacher's voice never changes. Zhao's said failed so many times it's basically his ringtone. And the mood in the room curdles fast because everybody just did the math. Most of us are walking out of here as regular people. Forever. Then the rock finally holds its light. Chen Guang, awakening successful, healing light talent. The whole hall exhales like one animal. Envy, pure and green. And of course it's her, Chen Guang. School beauty, top of every who's the cutest poll. The girl half my grade has a folder about. She jumps up and down when she feels the power hit, cheeks pink, absolutely glowing. Healing light. Rare, valuable, safe. The teacher actually smiles at her, which he did not do for the 6 kids he just crossed out. I'm watching all this from the very back, hands behind my head. Nobody's ever talked to me in this class, and I prefer it that way. I'm the quiet transmigrant in the corner, and I would like to remain furniture. Then the notification appears in my eyes. I need you to understand what I saw because it changed everything. Right there, floating over Chen Guang's head, glowing text only I could read. Healing light. Evolution paths. 2. Path 1, the light of nature. Materials. 1 gram of 5-colored soil. 1 drop of tree spirit blood. 1 petal of a 7-colored flower. 1 milliliter of mountain spring water. The exact recipe. The things seniors spend their entire lives failing to find. Just written over her head, like a price tag. I looked at the next kid who awoke. Speed talent, 2 paths, full recipe. Whirlwind, 3 paths. Stone arm, 4. Every single talent in that room, I could see the whole evolution tree, every branch, every ingredient, down to the milliliter, and nobody else could see a thing. That's my cheat, my golden finger, the transmigrator special. I don't get fireballs. I get the strategy guide. Every talent in this world is a locked skill tree that ruins people for decades, and I'm the one guy walking around with the wiki open. I kept my face dead flat. On the outside, bored kid in the back. On the inside, my heart was doing a drum solo and my breathing would not cooperate. Because I finally got it. With this, it does not matter what talent I awaken. Weak, strong, cursed, whatever. I will always know the way up. Everyone else is lost in a maze. I have the map. Then the teacher called my name. Next, Li Qiang, and 160 pairs of eyes swung to the furniture in the back. I walked up, touched the rock, closed my eyes, black at first. Then a whole universe went off behind my eyelids, and something deep in my chest woke up and stretched. 2 words landed in my head, crisp and cold. Dragon Claw. Li Qiang, awakening successful. Dragon Claw talent. And I heard something in the teacher's voice I did not expect. Regret. I opened my eyes. My right arm was covered in crimson dragon scales up to the elbow. 5 fingers ending in claws that caught the light like knives. It looked like something you'd back away from slowly. It felt like I could put my fist through a wall and ask the wall to apologize. Dragon Claw, one of the strongest talents there is. Tears through solid rock. Terrifying offense, terrifying defense, invincible among first years. I awoke a monster. So why did the teacher look like he was watching my funeral? Not bad, he said. Your talent is very strong. But the stronger the talent at the start, the harder it is to evolve. I hope you find your path. Then he gave me the look you give a kid who won the lottery and can't cash the ticket. Here's the thing about Dragon Claw. It's famous. Famous for being a trap. Every generation somebody awakens it, steals the spotlight, stomps everyone for a year, and then hits a wall nobody has ever climbed. No known evolution path. They spend their lives punching above their weight and stuck at tier 1, until they fade out quiet and bitter. In this world, people would rather awaken a boring talent, because boring is legible. Boring, you can solve. So the whispers started before I even sat down. Li Qiang, the quiet one? No way he awoke. Strongest talent in the room, also the worst. Zhao will be stuck at tier 1 for life. The strongest and the worst. Ha, lucky idiot. I took it as background noise, smiled a little, looked down at my beautiful, cursed claw. And right on cue, the notification bloomed in front of my eyes, just for me. Dragon Claw. Evolution Paths 6. 6. The unevolvable talent. The dead-end trap that ends careers. 6 separate roads up, laid out in glowing text like a menu. Fire Dragon Arm, Thunder Dragon Arm, Wind Dragon Arm, Dark Dragon Arm, Light Dragon Arm, and Death Dragon Arm. Each one a different element, each one a different flavor of terrifying, each one with the full recipe attached. I almost laughed out loud in the middle of class. The whole room is pitying me. The teacher basically pre-wrote my obituary. And I'm sitting here with 6 ways up a mountain nobody else has ever climbed once. If any of these people could see what I'm looking at, they'd trade their souls for it. There's exactly one catch, and it's a big one. The materials. Most of them are gettable, but 2 of them, on every single path, made me stop grinning. Sub-Dragon Scale, Sub-Dragon Heart Blood. You do not buy those at a corner shop. You get them off an actual sub-dragon. And a sub-dragon would currently eat me like a snack and floss with my ribs. So I can't hunt one. Not yet. Which means I have to buy the parts. Which means I need money. A lot of it. And that's when the second idea hit me, and it was better than the first. I can see everyone's evolution path. Every lost, desperate talent user in this world is sitting on a locked skill tree. And I'm the only man alive holding all the keys. People would pay fortunes for one correct recipe. I don't sell fireballs. I sell answers. I'm about to become the most quietly dangerous consultant this world has ever produced. Carefully. Very carefully. Because a kid who suddenly knows every secret in the world is a kid who gets kidnapped by tea time. Out of 160 of us, 13 awoke. 13 new talent users pulled out and herded into a new class to learn how to actually fight. The rest went back to being normal, and I watched the envy follow me out the door like a bad smell. Everyone in that hall looked at my Dragon Claw and saw a dead end. A strong, sad kid who peaked at graduation. They saw a trap. I saw a map with 6 roads on it, a business plan, and a very long list of people who are about to owe me their whole careers. Ask me again in a year who got stuck at tier 1. The school hands out one more thing before it lets us loose. A resource voucher. 1 free material, 1 free ancient rune from the school vault. Ground floor only, don't get greedy. An ancient rune is a skill, a little skull-shaped stone with a beast's move locked inside. You press your mind to it, watch a monster do the thing, and if the move fits your talent, eventually you learn it. If it doesn't fit, you stare at a rock and waste your life. So the vault's a wall of skill stones, and every kid before me had to guess which ones fit. Ice Dragon Roar, Rending Claw, Berserk Strike, Flame Vortex. Names, no numbers, pure gamble. Then my golden finger did the thing where it makes my whole life easy. Ice Dragon Roar, Adaptability 0. Rending Claw, Adaptability 100. Frenzied Charge 70. It doesn't just show me the tree now. It shows me the stats I'm reading the item tooltips off a shelf everyone else has to buy blind. Rending Claw it is. 100% fit for a claw that rends. Shocking. I grab it and go. I don't make it out of the building before the school beauty catches me. Li Qiang, could you... Wait a second? Chen Guang, the one everybody wants a folder about, jogging after the furniture. I genuinely have no memory of ever speaking to this girl. Is there something you need? She gets right to it. She's going into the beginner dungeon tomorrow. Her only talent is healing. Healing does not punch monsters, and she needs a fighter to babysit her. Could she come with me? Sorry, I said. I work alone. And I turned and left. You could hear the record scratch. She just stood there, blinking at my back, genuinely stunned. School beauty, healing light, top of every pole, and the quiet, weird kid said no thanks and walked. Nobody says no to Chen Guang. Then, to her credit, she thought about it and let it go. Fair enough, he's a loner. We've never talked. That one's on me. Here's the thing you should know about me, since it's basically my whole personality. I did not reject her to be cool. I rejected her because a partner is a witness, and I am a walking pile of secrets with a wiki bolted to my eyeballs. I cannot afford a witness, especially not the most watched girl in school. Then a second voice slimed in. Zhang Fang, stone-arm talent, classmate, already deciding he hates me. Zhao tells Chen Guang to ignore the arrogant Dragon Claw loser who'll be stuck at Tier 1 for life. And hey, why not go into the dungeon with him instead? Real smooth. She turns him down flat and then adds, ice cold, "We're not close. Use my full name." And leaves. Zhang Fang stands there with his fists clenched, turning a lovely shade of furious. Filed him under future problem and moved on. Two people asked to tag along in one hallway. I said no to both. One took it like an adult. One is going to hate me for years over it. Guess which one has the worst talent? Home is an empty little box. Transmigrator starter pack, apparently. You always wake up an orphan with nothing. No family, no money, one sad room, essential furniture, and a lot of echo. I'm used to it already. I've got exactly 10,000 yuan to my name. After buying dungeon supplies, 4. The beginner dungeon charges you 2,000 to walk in and 2,000 to walk out, because of course it does. So I'm broke, I'm alone, and I'm about to go fight monsters with a claw everyone swears is a dead end. I study my Rending Claw rune for a while. A giant beast. One swipe, the earth splits. Everything in front of it comes apart. Cool. Terrifying. Not learning it tonight, because first I have to explore my characteristics, the hidden traits stapled to my talent that I have to wake up before anything evolves. Dragon Claw's got one I already know from a book. Armor piercing. My hits punch through skin and wreck what's underneath. To activate it, I just have to keep stabbing things until it clicks. Adorable homework. Let's go find some things to stab. The beginner dungeon is a big magic tree with a rainbow door carved in it. Guards check your name, take your 2,000, and shove you through. Dizzy flash, and then I'm standing at the edge of an ancient forest with roars echoing off the trees and something enormous gliding past in the far distance. I'm not scared. I'm excited, which, in hindsight, is exactly the energy that gets people killed. I take one step in, and a basketball-sized fireball nearly ends the recap right here. I roll. It craters the dirt behind me, black and smoking. That would have turned me into a stain. And there's my greeter, a red fire wolf, big as a lion, red fur, green eyes, drool, the works. Tier 1 vicious beast, my golden finger tells me, and it also tells me the wolf's tail hair and one rib bone are evolution materials. So this thing that wants to eat me is also, per the wiki, 500 yuan of loot with legs. You, I told it, came at the perfect time. It roars and charges. And here's where everybody who called Dragon Claw the worst gets to be wrong for the first time. I dodge the second fireball, my right arm goes full crimson scales and claws on instinct, and I sweep it across the wolf's neck. One swipe opens the throat in 3 places. Blood everywhere. It tries to lunge anyway, out of pure spite, so I step in and put a fully loaded punch through its skull. Pop. Head gone. Wolf down. First kill. My unevolvable trap talent one-shot a monster that would have cooked a normal first year alive. I carve out the tail hair and the firebone, 1,100 yuan in beast parts, and I have never been so happy to be covered in wolf. Then the wiki levels up on me. New text floods my vision, and its directions. Walk straight, only monsters. Go that way, there's a ley line flower, nice haul. Go the other way, there's a necrotic fruit sitting in a field of dead souls, guarded by undead, be careful. And down that road, a tier 3 beast is hunting. Going there will kill you. No, it says, correcting itself, it definitely will. My golden finger has quietly become a tour guide that also does threat assessment. I'm not exploring a dungeon anymore. I'm reading the map with all the traps labeled and the treasure circled. And one of those words made me stop. Necrotic fruit. That's a death dragon arm material. One of my 6 roads up. But it's guarded, so first, the ley line flower. 10,000 yuan of flower, easy money, low risk. Grown-up decision. I go get the flower. On the way, another beast jumps me, a giant man-eating plant, and I'm getting the hang of this now. Dodge, one claw, confetti. 500 yuan a vine. Then I reach the flower. Yellow-brown, ringed by little stones, worth 10 grand. I check the area, clear. I crouch down, reach for it, nice and careful. Swoosh. I twist away on instinct and a cold edge misses me by an inch. And there's my actual problem, walking out of the trees. Mask on the face, murder and greed in the eyes. Fists turning to gleaming metal right in front of me. A scavenger. The people who live in these dungeons and don't just farm materials, they farm people. Rob you, kill you, keep the loot, tell no one. Lucky me, he purrs. A ley line flower and a fresh kid on day 1. Walk away now, boy, and maybe I let you live. How about it? Sure. Believe the masked murderer with the iron fists. Turn my back on him and go. That works out great in exactly 0 stories. Here's what he sees. A skinny first year with a beginner claw, alone, standing on 10,000 yuan he can't defend. Easy money. Here's what he doesn't see. The tooltips. Because the second he flexed those iron fists, my golden finger read him like an open menu, his talent, his tier, and the one soft spot his metal doesn't cover. Zhao came to rob the furniture. Ask him again in about a minute who the easy money was. Zhao came in fast, iron fist, real speed, a punch that would have folded a normal kid in half. I met it with the claw, just clenched my scaled fist and hit his iron one head on. And the whole worst talent reputation ate its first real loss. Crack! My punch shocked straight up his arm and threw him across the clearing into the dirt. Dragon Claw! Now he's worried. Now he recognizes the talent. Little late. I didn't answer. I don't do villain banter when I've got the read. I closed the distance and swept the claw across his guard, and even solid metal fists split open under it. Blood. A scream. Another hit and he's airborne again. I cracked my neck and asked him the only question that mattered. So who told you that you could take me? Zhao didn't get to answer that one either. One more step, one more claw, and his head went one way while the rest of him went the other. Scavenger down. First man I've killed in this world. And I felt about it exactly what he'd have felt about me. Nothing. Then I looted the body, and the body paid out like a slot machine. A plain black ring on his finger. My golden finger tells me it's a space ring. Storage. Only about a cubic meter inside, which sounds small until you learn one of these sells for 100,000 yuan and sells out the second it hits a shelf. A tier 1 nobody owning one of these tells you exactly how many people he'd robbed to afford it. Now it's mine. Inside, a few thousand in loose materials, a bank card I can't crack, and then I actually shouted out loud. Skeleton leopard essence blood, 5 drops. That's a death-type material. That's a death dragon arm ingredient. And the necrotic fruit sitting one field over? Also death dragon arm. Suddenly, one of my 6 roads is almost paved. Death spirit fruit. Get the necrotic. 3 drops of death beast blood, I'm holding 5, which leaves just 2 ingredients on the whole path. Sub-Dragon Heartblood, Sub-Dragon Scale, the two nightmares. Of course. The murderer who ambushed me for pocket change just funded a chunk of my evolution and handed me a 100,000 yuan ring on his way out. Thanks for the loot drop, buddy. You should have stayed home. The wiki pointed me deeper, and it kept the threat labels on. Skeleton soldiers this way, weak, ignore them. A ghoul that way, killable, careful. Necrotic fruit here. And oh, see those ruins? Otherworld treasure. Dig. I went for the skeletons first. Not for loot, for homework. I've got a trait to wake up called armor piercing, and it activates the boring way. Hit things until it clicks. Skeletons are free hitting practice with a pulse. Well, without a pulse. They clawed up out of the dirt, bone knives and soul fire eyes, and my golden finger just annotated the boss fight for me. See the little flame in the sockets? Break the skull, they die. Great. 5 skeletons, 5 popped skulls, under 2 minutes. One of them even coughed up a glowing bone worth 500 on the way out. Materials only count if they shine. This one shone. Sold. Then the ghoul. Picture the liquor from Resident Evil, shrunk down, coated in black scales, poison on every fang, corrosive spit that eats the ground where it lands. It lunged. I punched it across the field, dodged the acid, and when it charged again, I stopped dodging and drove the claw straight through its chest. And something changed. The claw felt coated, like an invisible film had slid over it, a film that goes through things. Armor piercing, activated, trait 1 online. If you've watched One Piece, you already know what this is. It's basically armament hockey, an unseen layer on the claw that ignores the skin and wrecks whatever's underneath. Punch a guy in the arm, break something in his chest. I stood there flexing a monster hand that now bypasses armor, grinning like an idiot in a field of dead things. My cursed dead-end talent just quietly picked up a mechanic most people never unlock at all. And Dragon Claw's got a second hidden trait somewhere. 2. When everyone else's talent gets one. I don't know what it is yet. I'll find it. I always find it. I grabbed the necrotic fruit off its withered little tree, and now the death road is 2 ingredients from done. 2 sub-dragon parts. I've got a plan for both. One's probably sitting in the school vault. The other, I'm going to make people hand me by selling them their own futures. Later. First, those ruins. The ruins were a short walk and a lot of digging, and the wiki turned into the world's most helpful metal detector. Here, right here. Dig. 2 meters left. 1 meter, give it everything. Almost there, careful now, don't scratch it. My golden finger has apparently added treasure map with a countdown to its feature list, and I am not going to complain. One more careful claw through the dust and, ding! A metal box. Old, ornate, locked. I don't have a key. I have a claw that opens locks by having opinions about them. Pop. Inside, 1 bottle, blue liquid. My wiki reads it out. A potion from a high-tech world, drinkable by any human, permanently boosts your physique. 0 side effects. I need you to understand how absurd that is. In this world, there are rare treasures people evolve off of, or drink to get stronger, and they're so expensive I've never even seen one. This is basically that, dropped in a box, in the dirt, on my first dungeon run. The secret realm apparently rains ruins from other worlds when it feels like it, and one just landed on my head. I'll take it. I popped the cork and chugged it. Felt like swallowing lava. Burned all the way down and then spread out through everything. And when it faded, I threw a test punch and heard the air tear. My whole physique jumped by at least half. Half. Stacked on a talent that's already terrifying. That's not 1 + 1, that's 1 times a lot. I was still admiring my new arms when my eyes caught on something and my heart nearly stopped. This was the something, and it was going to be a problem, the good kind. Ask me again which one of us peaks at Tier 1. The something was a status screen, my own. Body 23, Force 24, Agility 24, Precision 31, and a little note at the bottom that made me sit up. A normal person caps out around 10, in everything. I'm already double or triple that across the board on day 1, and the Tier 1 ceiling is 100. So, my golden finger does character sheets now too. Of course it does. But the ceiling is the interesting part. 100, and almost nobody ever gets near it. Because the second most people scrape together their evolution materials, they evolve and jump to Tier 2, stats be damned. They rush the level up, and the system is just quietly showing me a 100-point cap it clearly wants me to notice, which tells me something everyone else is too impatient to figure out. Maybe you're supposed to max Tier 1 before you evolve, squeeze every drop out of the floor before you take the stairs. Nobody does that. I'm going to. Also, that question mark next to my talent. Armor piercing, comma, question mark. Trait 2, still locked. So I asked the wiki how to open it because apparently I can just ask now, and it answered like a walkthrough. Soak the dragon claw in ordinary sub-dragon blood, 10 minutes a day, 3 days straight. Done. And ordinary sub-dragon blood you can actually buy. Not the heart blood nightmare, just regular dragon-adjacent blood off a market shelf. Doable. My cursed dead-end talent has a hidden second trait, a 100-point stat ceiling nobody bothers to fill, and a golden finger that reads it all like a strategy guide. Everyone else is playing this game blind. I've got the debug menu open. I spent the rest of the day turning the dungeon into a shopping trip. The wiki labeled every path. Skip that one, just monsters. That one's got a python and some loot. That one, 2 kilometers out, has a withered leaf off the enlightenment tree that fell here from another world and nobody's ever found. That last one stopped me cold. An enlightenment tree leaf. The tree whose fruit lets you understand the actual rules of nature. A withered leaf isn't the fruit, but it's a leaf off a legend, and it's sitting in beginner dirt with my name on it. Getting there meant going through an azure scale python. Tier 1, poison, vines, a tail like a wrecking bar. It sprayed venom. I dodged that. It swung the tail, and that one I didn't bother dodging. I just caught it, hauled the whole snake over my shoulder, and slammed it into the ground like I was throwing out the trash. Then pierced its skull with a claw shaped into a blade and popped its head for good measure. Loot, 500 in scales. By nightfall, I'd cleared enough beasts to walk out with 20,000-30,000 yuan of parts. Overnight rich. A normal kid with my exact day would have made a few thousand and called it lucky. I've got the wiki. I don't do lucky. Then I dug up the leaf, careful as a bomb tech, and it came out palm-sized and green and smelling like clean air, and my wiki told me to steep it in water and drink it. I also grabbed a patch of sulfur soil worth 15 grand while I was in the neighborhood. Waste not. I was hunting for somewhere to sleep when footsteps found me. Calm, deliberate footsteps. Not a scavenger's. A black-robed man walked up, hands visible, keeping his distance, and introduced himself before I could get nervous. Information merchant. Zhao sells intel. The dungeon's huge, materials take days to track down, and his people fan out, log where every useful beast lives, and sell you the coordinates so you don't waste a week wandering. Not treasure, he's careful to say, not ruins. A man who deals in ruins is a man who disappears. Just beasts. Very reasonable line of work for a very unreasonable place. And I had a very specific question. Any dragon beasts in this dungeon? Because here's the plan clicking together. A dragon beast isn't a sub-dragon. It's a lesser thing with a drop of dragon in its blood. Strong, but killable. And that blood is exactly the ordinary sub-dragon blood my second trait wants to soak in. Zhao flips through a little booklet. 2 spots. A dragon wolf, 10 kilometers out in a mountain. A dragon eagle, 14 out. 3,000 each, 6 total, and once I buy it, I can't share it. Fine. I paid him in materials, sulfur clay and a couple of odds and ends, and pocketed 2 dragon beast addresses. Zhao even left me a business card. A website. Every piece of intel comes with video and timestamps, and if it's wrong, 10-fold refund. A murderer robs you in these woods for spare change, and one field over there's a guy running a data startup with a customer satisfaction guarantee. This world contains multitudes. Then I hollowed out a big tree with the claw, crawled in, lit a fire, and roasted a slab of the python for dinner. Boiled a kettle, cleaned the dirt off my legendary leaf, and dropped it in a cup of hot water like the world's most expensive tea bag. Day 1 in the dungeon. 1 scavenger dead, 100,000 yuan ring on my finger, a death road nearly paved, a hidden traits recipe in hand, an enlightenment leaf steeping, and 2 dragon addresses in my pocket. Everyone back at school thinks I'm the sad kid with the trap talent, crying myself to sleep over a dead-end claw. I'm in a tree, drinking legend tea, planning which dragon to mug first. Ask me again who got stuck at Tier 1. I drank the legend tea, and the world went sharp. Best way I can describe it. Everything I looked at, my brain wanted to take apart and understand. The wiki gave me a warning. 1 hour, don't waste it. So I grabbed the rending claw rune, pressed my mind to it, and watched that giant beast tear a mountain open again. Only this time I didn't just see power. I saw the how. Gather the force into the 5 claws, hold it, detonate it the instant they touch the target. Precise, brutal, and it amplifies your strength on top of the tearing. I got up and swung the claw at the air for who knows how long. Failed. Adjusted. Failed. Adjusted. Didn't even notice my dinner finished cooking. Then the air went crack like a thunderclap, and a flash of cold light ripped off my claw, and I laughed out loud in an empty tree. Rending claw. Learned. In 1 night. For a normal talent user, that's a 1 to 2 week grind. I did it in an evening because I was drinking a leaf that makes you smart. And it hits hard, roughly doubles the strength behind the swing. My force is 24. This makes the claw land like 48. And the wiki helpfully listed the remains it climbs. Entry, master, perfection, each one a bigger multiplier, perfection tripling your power. Most people never touch perfection in a year of grinding. I gave myself a homework goal. Hit master by the college entrance exam and watch the room stop laughing. Then I ate my snake, drank my tea, put out the fire, and slept like a rich man in a tree. Day 2. The dungeon kept handing me presents and problems in equal measure. First present. The wiki spotted a blood python that had just swallowed a heaven and earth treasure and hadn't finished digesting it. Kill it, drink the blood, get stronger. So I did. Red scales, acid blood, the whole poison python starter kit, except now I had rending claw and armor piercing, and its impenetrable scales meant nothing. 1 amplified claw nearly cut it in half, straight through the armor, into the parts that matter. Then I put my mouth to the wound and drank a treasure straight out of a snake. Burned like the potion. Physique up again. If that python had gotten to digest its meal first, it'd have hit Tier 2 and eaten me. Instead, I hit it first and ate its lunch. Timing. Then a problem. Scavenger number 2, waiting in a tree in a ghillie suit, opened with a laser to the neck. I dodged, closed, and tore his laser in half with a rending claw on the way to tearing him in half. Zhao didn't have a space ring, sadly. What he had was a map. A map to a ruin, treasure inside, guarded by Tier 2 puppets. And the wiki's note was very clear. Do not go now, you're too weak, you'll die. So I filed the map. Ruins aren't going anywhere, and neither are the puppets, and I fully intend to come back once I can turn them into scrap. 2 scavengers now. Both came to rob the sad kid with the trap talent. Both are fertilizer. The plan for the day locked in. Get dragon blood, wake up my second trait. Leave, gather materials, push rending claw to master. Then, and only then, go say hi to the puppets. Which brought me to the dragon wolf. The information merchant hadn't lied. Up in the mountains there it was. A wolf the size of a tiger, gray fur, faint black scales, and a thin pressure rolling off it that the smaller beasts don't have. That pressure is dragon might, a drop of real dragon in the blood. Not a sub-dragon. A sub-dragon adds dragon breath and the ability to ruin my whole week. Just a dragon beast, which is exactly what I need. Its blood is the ordinary sub-dragon blood my second trait wants to soak in. It lunged, claws first. I met it with a claw of my own and swept it clean across the clearing. And I actually grinned, because after the blood python, I could feel the gap. On a normal day, this thing and I would be even. Today, I'm the bigger monster in the fight. It growled, got meaner, and spat a wind blade sharp enough to shave a hair off a promise straight at my throat. Good. Keep the blood pumping. I need a lot of it. Everyone at school is still picturing the trap talent kid crying into a pillow. I'm in a mountain, tanking a dragon's wind blades, about to drain it for a trait upgrade, with a ruins map and a legend T-buzz, and a body that's leveled up 3 times since breakfast. Ask me again who's stuck at Tier 1. The dragon wolf lasted 1 hit. 1 rending claw, armor-piercing riding along, straight through fur and flesh and bone, and its head came off before it finished its wind blade. Turns out a doubled claw plus a stomach full of blood pie treasure makes a dragon beast into a very large loot piñata. I drained every drop of blood it had, which was plenty, plus 1,000 yuan wolf bone. One kill, enough dragon blood to soak my claw for 3 days. I'd planned to hunt a few. One did it. Time to leave. I jogged for the exit pillar, killing whatever wandered into my path, and walked out of the beginner dungeon a day and change after walking in, 30,000+ yuan of parts richer, 2 traits and a skill up, and carrying a ruins map I can't cash yet. And at the exit waiting for me, the school beauty I turned down. Again. Chen Ang, this time with backup, her dad. A middle-aged man with no visible aura, which for a talent user means very strong and hiding it. She jogs over, grinning. It really is you. Since you rejected me, I had to make my dad bring me in. Then, sweetly, Dad, this is the classmate I told you about. I said hello to Uncle Chen and tried not to feel like a rejected suitor at a family dinner. Uncle Chen was pleasant. Small talk about my dragon claw. And the whole time he was reading me like a scanner. I found out later exactly what he clocked. Human blood on me, which means dead scavengers. Beast blood, plenty of it. A body way too solid for a fresh tier 1, chi running rich. And no fear in my eyes at all. Just confidence. Zhao told his daughter afterward, flat out, befriend that kid, it can only help you. If he evolves that claw, he leaps the dragon gate. And if he can't, he shrugged, then he's a dragon stuck in a puddle, and he'll rot at tier 1 for life. Zhao genuinely can't tell which one I am. Everybody in this world is placing the same bet on me. Trap talent or hidden monster. Coins still in the air as far as they know. I already know how it lands. I traded numbers with Chen Ang, said goodbye, and went home to plan a robbery. The legal kind. Home is the poor district, because orphans don't get villas, and in a world where strength is law, the poor district is exactly as friendly as it sounds. On the way in, I found out my teacher's opinion of me too, and it stung about as much as you'd expect. The class group chat. Everyone's in it. And I learned the homeroom teacher has been quietly handing out healing light experience notes, real personal guidance to Chen Ang, to a sharp girl named Shu Fen, to a few others. Not to me. Because a teacher invests in potential, and my talent is the famous dead end, and a kid who can't evolve is a kid with no future worth spending notes on. Fair, cold, and completely wrong. I didn't argue. People lean on what they can lean on. I lean on me. Then the poor district said hello with an iron bar. A little gang in the alley, leader grinning. Kid, buy your brothers a drink? I looked at him and said, get lost. Zhao swung the bar. I caught it midair and held it dead still while he strained against a hand that wasn't moving. His face went from mean to gray. You're a talent user? I didn't answer. I just kicked him into next week, then went down the line. I don't kill street thugs. I do leave them bedridden for a year or two to think about their choices. Note to self. Make money. Move out of the neighborhood where the scenery keeps trying to mug me. Then the real work started, and this is where my whole scheme comes together. Step 1. The second trait. I poured out the dragon blood, turned my arm to a claw, and soaked it. And I could feel it drinking, pulling the dragon bloodline right out of the blood into my arm. 10 minutes a day, 3 days. And it's a bonus that it's also just buffing me. I checked the sheet after. Body 38, force 40, agility 38, precision 34, force at 40. My stats are climbing every single day while everyone else waits weeks for a single material. Step 2. Money and grind. I sold my haul, 37,000, then blew 15 on herbs and a training dummy. Because the wiki handed me the rending claw grind recipe too. Hammer the dummy with the skill till you're empty, then soak the claw in herb soup, repeat, and the proficiency climbs. Boring, mechanical, and I'm the only one who has the exact recipe. Everybody else guesses. I follow instructions. Step 3. The heist. Chen Ang's talent, Healing Light, has one known evolution path in the whole world. The light of nature. But I can see a second one nobody's ever found. And I need 2 things I can't get anywhere else. Dragon scales, dragon heart blood. The 2 nightmares blocking my death dragon arm. So here's the play. I found a healing light recipe in the ruins. I trade it to Chen Ang. In return, she hands me the materials I want. the dragon scale, the heart blood, and a stack of heaven and earth treasures to make it fair, because a brand new evolution path is worth a fortune. And to keep her from reverse engineering what I actually see, I'll pad the list with junk materials she doesn't need. Loose lips get people killed in a world where a recipe is worth a war. I wrote the whole plan out, memorized it, and burned the paper. Next morning, I sent her one message. Got a new healing light evolution recipe from the secret realm. Want it? She lost her entire mind. Really? Really, really? You're not lying? A new direction? Please reply, please, please reply. 15 messages before I'd finished breakfast. The trap talent kid the teacher won't even hand notes to is about to sell the school beauty a secret worth more than her family for the exact 2 parts that finish his first evolution and pad the bill with treasure on top. Ask me again who has no potential. We did the deal over lunch at a place that costs more than I've ever owned. I skipped the small talk. Business first, Uncle Chen. Zhao liked that. Zhao wanted proof, fair enough, but I don't have a potion to hand him. What I have is the answer. So I told them the result. The second evolution of healing light is holy light, not just healing. Healing plus offense, light element. The one thing they'd hoped for and never dared expect, a path that keeps her a healer and makes her a weapon. Chen Mingyu took a slow breath and his eyes lit up like a man watching his kid's whole future rewrite itself. Then he asked my price. Simple. Materials and treasure. 2 sets. 1 set of death subdragon scales. 1 set of heart blood, plus 3 sets of heaven and earth treasure. Zhao agreed before I finished the sentence, but I watched it land on him a half-second later. Subdragon scales. Heart blood. For a kid whose talent is dragon claw. His whole face went still, and he asked, careful and quiet, Li Qiang, have you found the evolution path for Dragon Claw? I just smiled and said nothing, which told him everything. Because in his head, that's impossible. Dragon Claw is the unevolvable trap. Nobody figures it out. And if a fresh Tier 1 orphan cracked the one puzzle that ends careers, then he's not a lucky idiot. He's a top-shelf genius with a bright, terrifying future. Zhao decided right there that I was the second thing. I handed him a materials list padded with junk so nobody could reverse the real recipe. Zhao glanced at it, saw the fakes instantly, and didn't care, because he had no intention of cheating me. Smart man. Zhao'd send someone to gather it all and deliver it. And afterward, to his daughter, he called me an old fox in a teenager's body with an extraordinary heart. Zhao's not wrong. I walked out with my evolution unblocked. The 2 nightmares that were stopping the death dragon arm are now a delivery order. Everyone at school thinks I'm crying over a dead-end claw. I just sold the school beauty's family a secret worth a fortune and got my whole first evolution paid for as a tip. Ask me again who has no potential. My good mood lasted exactly until the sidewalk. Zhang Feng, black suit, punchable smirk, that specific glow of a kid who's never been told no. Zhao couldn't believe an orphan ate at a place like that, decided I must have made Chen Guang pay, and laughed himself stupid about it. Then the warning. Stay away from Chen Guang. A toad's got no business dreaming about a swan. And the finisher, cold. Keep bothering her, and one day you might just die on the way home. I asked if he was threatening me. So what if I am? A talent user who can't evolve is trash. Be proud a real man is bothering to threaten you. Zhao didn't get to finish that thought. I crossed the gap before he registered I'd moved and closed a hand around his throat. Then I lifted him. Off the ground, kicking, face going red, clawing at an arm that would not budge. With what? I asked. Who told you that you had the confidence? I don't argue with clowns. I really don't enjoy a dog barking in my ear, and I very much don't want a next time. Then I threw him. If we weren't standing in a public street, I'd have kept going and taken the head off. Alone, this boy is not qualified to threaten me. I turned and walked. Behind me, he peeled himself off the ground, purple with humiliation, the whole street watching, and I could feel the hate radiating off him like heat. Here's the thing about humiliating a rich coward. Zhao can't fight you, so he buys someone who can. Zhang Feng got in his car and made 2 calls. First to a hired tail. Watch Li Qiang. Tell me the second he leaves the city, or I'll cripple you myself. Then the big one, to his father. Dad, I want someone killed. Who? Li Qiang, fresh awakener. Zhao's in the way of me getting Chen Guang. A pause, then, fine, I'll send people, not in the city. And that's the whole ugly shape of it. The Jiang family isn't talent users. They're rich. Rich enough to hire talent users who need money, rich enough to be a problem, and just weak enough that all that wealth makes them a target. Daddy Jiang's grand survival plan is to marry his son into the strong Zhou family so a real power protects the money. Which makes me, the orphan Chen Guang keeps texting, a stain to be removed. Jiang Feng went off to a certain kind of establishment to soothe his wounded pride, already picturing me dead and Chen Guang his. Zhao thinks he just ordered a hit on a helpless orphan. What he actually did was point a squad of hired killers at the one kid in this city who reads people like item tooltips, drinks dragons for breakfast, and has been looking for an excuse to test his new claw on something that fights back. I went home and trained, completely unaware, which is a shame. I'd have thanked him. Ask him again, soon, whether the trash was the one who should have stayed away. So while a rich man plotted my funeral across town, I spent the evening doing what I do best, soaking my arm in dragon blood like it was a spa treatment. Last of the bottle. One more soak and my talent's second trait would finish cooking. The burning started early this time, then the itch, then the numb, crawling feeling of something rewriting the meat of my arm from the inside. I sat there and let it. You don't rush a dragon. You just clench your jaw and take notes. When it finished, I looked down and nearly laughed. Trait 2, dragon muscle. Every muscle under the claw, all the way up the right arm, quietly swapped out for something that isn't supposed to exist on a human. Here's what that means in plain terms. You know how an ant lifts 50 times its own weight? Not magic. Muscle. Ant muscle is a stupidly efficient engine, more efficient than a jet turbine. And that efficiency is where explosive force actually comes from. Dragon muscle takes my strength and in one burst, doubles it. Whatever my power is, times 2, on tap, and it stacks. My strength climbs, the doubling climbs with it. There is no ceiling where this stops being terrifying. I'm not an ant. I was already hitting like a truck. Now I hit like a truck that ate a second truck. I pulled up my panel just to feel something. Body 42, force 44, agility 43, mental 35, cap of 100 on all 4, talent, dragon claw. Traits, armor-piercing and dragon muscle, double strength. Skill, rending claw, entry level, also double strength. Read that twice. My skill doubles it, my muscle doubles it. The math is starting to compound interest. Even a maxed-out Tier 1, someone at the ceiling of the rank above me, I could fold if I opened up all the way. And I'm still Tier 0. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. I went to the yard to say hello to my favorite punching bag. Yesterday, the wooden dummy took one rending claw and shrugged with a single scratch. Today I swung. Bang! A gash tore straight across the wood, deep. Again. Again. Fourth swing, last of my chi, everything I had. Boom! The dummy didn't crack. It came apart. Splinters and the smell of pulped wood and my arm not even warm yet. Poor dummy. It never signed up for the gym membership I forced on it. Rest in pieces, buddy. You died so a squad of assassins could learn a lesson. Then the materials came. Chen Guang's dad is the wealthy, capable type, so pulling together 2 rare Death Dragon arm ingredients was a Tuesday for him. Before noon, my phone buzzed. Chen Guang, asking if I wanted to pick the stuff up or have it delivered. I sent an address and said delivery. Doorbell rang at lunch. A man in a suit, polite as a hotel, confirmed my name, waved a hand, and a space ring on his finger coughed up a small pile of ingredients right there on my floor. Payment after the potion works, he said. No problem, I said. That's just how deals work. And Chen Mingyu, being thorough, didn't send 1 set of evolution materials. Zhao sent 2. 1 to actually use, 1 to test. Because obviously you don't hand a rich man's daughter a mystery bottle and go, trust me. You prove it on someone else first. Smart. I'd have done the same. So I made the potion. 2 bottles of it. First time brewing an evolution potion in my life, and here's the dirty secret of the whole trade. Once you know the ingredients and the exact amounts, the brewing part is easy. The knowing is the expensive part. The knowing is the part nobody else in this city has. I had it for free, in my head, from a life that hasn't happened yet. An hour later, I had 2 orange gold bottles that turn healing light into holy light. I texted Chen Guang. Same restaurant, that evening. And I let myself picture tomorrow, back into the secret realm, straight to the ruins, gorging on heaven and earth treasure, climbing. By the time I walked out of that realm, I'd be tier 2. Not the plain kind either, the kind that comes after an ultimate evolution, the kind that isn't in anyone's textbook. 4 in the evening. I stepped out my door and 10 seconds later felt the leash, a tail. Same thugs from the sidewalk. I clocked them out of the corner of my eye as I turned a corner, faces careful, keeping their distance. Revenge? No. These guys don't have the spine for that, which means someone's paying, which means Zhang Feng. In the city, talent users can't just swing at each other, and no ordinary man is stupid enough to try me directly. So I let it go and picked up my pace. Followed all the way to dinner. Great. Bring a fork. Same private room. Chen Mingyu already seated, Chen Guang already bouncing. Her eyes lit up the second I walked in. Li Chang, you're finally here. Where's the potion? Show me. Her father, without even turning his head. Lei Yao, sit like a person. She pouted, rolled her eyes at him, and folded herself back into lady posture like a scolded cat. I like this kid. She's the only one at this table who wants things out loud. I set 2 bottles in front of Chen Mingyu. Here's your evolution potion, Uncle Chen. Test it. Bet you can find a healing light user to volunteer. Because how do you verify an evolution potion? Simple. Someone drinks it. Not the daughter, never the daughter, so someone else. Chen Mingyu snapped his fingers. The door opened. A middle-aged man walked in and called him Master. Master. Filed that away. I uncrossed nothing, said nothing, and quietly upgraded my estimate of exactly how big the Zhou family actually is. Drink it, Chen Mingyu told him. The man didn't hesitate, opened the bottle, drank. His own healing light flickered up on reflex, forest green, the standard stuff. His face went red, a flash of pain, and then the green started to change, live in front of us, draining out of leaf color and pouring into gold. Sun gold, warm and sharp at the same time, fast, ugly fast, and done. Holy light, a brand new branch on the evolution tree that officially does not exist yet. Chen Mingyu's eyes went knife thin. Use it, he said. Can it heal and kill both? Yes, master. The man raised his hand, holy light bloomed in it, and he slashed his own left arm open. Little wound, real blood. Then he laid that same glowing palm over the cut, and the wound closed while we watched. Heals. Also stabs. Chen Guang nearly came out of her chair. Dad, I want to evolve into this one. Not now, he said. We'll talk at home. The man bowed and left. Very impressive talent, Chen Mingyu said, nodding slow. Holy light. It reminds me of a certain race. A race, I said. Zhao smiled at my confusion and explained, races that aren't human. Holy light, he said, reminds him of the legendary angels. Angels? I actually blinked. Angels are real. Of course, he said, like I'd asked whether water was wet. Extremely rare, extremely strong. See one and you might not walk away from it. Fair enough. I stroked my chin and agreed with my whole heart, because arguing with the rich man about angels seemed like a bad use of dinner. But I had a real question. Why haven't I ever seen another race? Heard of them, sure. Met one, never. So Chen Mingyu gave me the lore dump, and I'll give it to you the short way. Ruins fall into the secret realms, you know this. Those ruins come from other worlds. Sometimes what falls in isn't just rubble. Sometimes it's alive. That's one way other races get here. But they don't drop into the beginner realm. Only the nastier realms, the ones way outside the city, and even those are low tier and have never coughed up a foreign race. So of course I've never seen one. There's exactly one beginner secret realm in this city, and it's a kiddie pool. There's another source, he added, battlefield rifts. And then he did the thing every mentor does. Zhao said I won't explain that part. Knowing too much isn't good for you right now. You'll understand once you're at university. Cool. Love a cliffhanger from a man who could just tell me. I nodded and let it go. Ask him again. At university, I guess. Then he waved his hand and a pile of stuff appeared on the table. Your reward, he said. 2 sets of evolution materials, 4 servings of heaven and earth treasure. The extra treasure is compensation for the second potion bottle, and I think you need it anyway. Chen Guang leaned in fast, grinning. Li Qiang, that treasure boosts mental energy, you know. Oh? Now she had my attention. Mental boosting heaven and earth treasure is stupidly precious, and it happens to be the exact thing I'm starving for. Of all 4 of my stats, mental crawls the slowest. Getting it to the cap could take who knows how long. So I thought about it for a grand total of 2 seconds and smiled. Then I'll take it and not be shy. Thank you, Uncle Chen. One wave, everything into the space ring. I stood. Uncle Chen, you've got your goods, I've got my pay, I'm heading back. Chen Guang blinked at me. You're not staying to eat? No, I said. I'm going into the secret realm tomorrow, need to prep. She wilted. Aw, wish I could come, but Dad's got me on house arrest for cultivation. I told her the truth. If you actually said you were coming, I'd just refuse you again. And I left. Behind me, a father looked at his daughter, smiled the helpless smile of a man who has lost this argument many times, and said, All right, home. Time to think about your evolution path. Back home, I brewed my own evolution potion and did not drink it. That's the discipline nobody tells you about. You don't take the upgrade the second it's ready. You wait until every stat is maxed, then you slam it, because it goes down easier and does more at the ceiling. So the potion went into the ring to marinate. The heaven and earth treasure was the real headline tonight. 4 fruits. Let me read you the tooltips, because they read like a very serious grocery list. Fire-tempered fruit. Contains fire energy. Eat it and feel like a sword getting forged. Boosts physical stats. And hey, if you're hungry, it's apparently a decent snack. Lightning fruit. Same deal, but don't eat it right after the fire one or you waste it. 1 a day is best. Strength fruit. Boosts strength, suits me, also don't stack it with the other 2. Spirit fruit. Boosts mental, and, bless it, plays nice with everything else. So the physical ones are jealous and won't share a plate. Fine. I pocketed the strength fruit and the lightning fruit for later, looked at the fire-tempered and the spirit fruit, and a cold little thought surfaced. Zhang Feng. On the walk home, the leash had still been on me. Same thugs. And thugs watching an orphan aren't sightseeing. They're the setup for a hit. In the city, you can't move on someone. But the secret realm? People die in the secret realm all the time. Nobody blinks. I could suddenly see the whole shape of Zhang Feng's plan, clear as a tooltip. I hope, I thought, you come into the realm to do it yourself. Then I ate the fruit, bit into the fire-tempered, swallowed, and my stomach lit up like I'd eaten a coal straight off the grill. The heat spread everywhere. I gritted through it and bit the spirit fruit too, and now there was a needle behind my eyes to match the furnace in my gut. Double pain. And I sat there and took it, because I could feel the payoff underneath. Body getting denser. Mind stretching. Ah, okay, I made a noise. Teeth clenched and I still made a noise. 5 stars for the interior design, 0 stars for the burning. The pain only backed off when I was about to pass out from it, which is the fruit's polite way of saying dosage complete. I flopped onto the floor, soaked through my clothes with sweat, and checked the damage. Body, 64. Force, 61. Agility, 64. Mental, 59. From the low 40s, in one sitting, worth every scream. I got up, threw a fist, listened to the air tear around it, and got acquainted with the new number attached to my arm. Then I washed off the sweat and went to bed like a man who did not, at that moment, know a scarred contract killer was being briefed about him across town. I'd have slept fine either way. Morning. Warm sun, the whole cliché. I checked my phone, 7:30, got up, ate, and headed for the secret realm. My rending claw hadn't ranked up yet, but I could feel it leaning against the door, one good fight from breaking through. So I walked straight toward the one place guaranteed to provide a good fight. Short way down the road, my shoulders tensed, then eased. There it was, the leash still on. I didn't slow, didn't look, just kept walking like a man who'd noticed nothing. Behind me, the gang leader was already on his phone, whispering. Young Master Zhang, he's moving. Looks like he's headed for the secret realm. Yes, I understand. If he comes back, I'll keep watching. Yes, don't worry. Click. The leader sagged with relief, waved his boys off, and took them to go eat and drink on Zhang money. Their part was done, they thought. Because meanwhile, across town, in a room at a certain establishment, Zhang Feng peeled himself out of a woman's arms, got dressed, walked next door, and knocked. The door opened on a middle-aged man with a scarred face who looked at him and said one word. What? The trap was being set, and the beautiful part, the part I want you to hold on to, is that everyone involved thought they were about to murder a helpless orphan in a monster-infested realm where no one asks questions. They picked the venue for its convenience, a place with lots of bodies and no witnesses. They just got one detail backwards about which of us that venue was going to be convenient for. Let me back up and introduce you to the man Zhang Feng knocked on. Scarred face, the kind of grin that's mostly threat. Zhang asked him, "That guy's in the realm now. You've got this, right?" And the scarred man smiled his cruel little smile and said, "As long as he's a tier 1, relax, I'll bring you his head." "Very good," Zhang said. "I hope so." Then he left, glowing with anticipation, and the killer got dressed and walked out to go do a murder. 2 things about that promise. 1, he said, as long as he's tier 1, like tier 1 was the ceiling of my danger. 2, I am not even tier 1. I'm tier 0 with a dragon bolted to my arm and math problems no one in this city can solve. Zhao promised a head. Zhao just didn't specify whose he'd be able to keep. Meanwhile, I paid my entry fee, queued up like a responsible citizen, and stepped into the secret realm. The world spun, my stomach lurched, and then I opened my eyes inside an ancient forest so green it looked rendered. Nice. Dropped in close to last time, not far from the ruins. My space ring flashed and coughed up a map. I got my bearings, picked a direction, and took off like a bullet. And then my golden finger woke up. I should tell you about my golden finger because it is the single rudest cheat code ever installed in a human being. Most reincarnation heroes get a comm system that says, "Quest accepted." Mine talks like a bored gremlin that resents me. "What are you looking at?" it said. "You really think there's treasure in this field? Don't dream." Then, a beat later, "Fine, there's a vicious beast foraging nearby. Go kill it. You might get materials. I mean the kind that costs a whole $500-600. Then, grudgingly, "This is right in front of you. You're lucky. There's fresh ruins about a click away. Somebody just landed. There's actual treasure inside. This is my divine cheat. A pile of contempt that occasionally points at money. I love it. I'd die for it. It would not return the favor." So I followed the contempt and shot off toward the fresh ruins. Got there fast. And found 2 tier 1 talent users already standing guard over the rubble, which is how you know it's the good stuff. They heard me, turned, traded a look, and one of them barked the classic line. "This place is ours now. Leave if you don't want to die." "I didn't see your names carved on it," I said, and walked toward them instead of away. That did it. Murder in his eyes. Kill the ungrateful little wretch. Zhao charged, threw a punch crackling with lightning. Lightning infusion, elemental type, coats your hits in electricity. Decent talent, honestly. Good talent, I thought. Catastrophic owner. And I didn't move. Just stood there and let the fist come. Zhao lit up. You could see it. Some just awakened kid with no fighting instinct, standing frozen, about to eat a lightning haymaker. Zhao already saw me dead. And then, whoosh, a cold flash crossed between us, and his happy little face developed a problem. What happened, he thought, so dizzy, out of energy. The last thing he ever saw was his own body standing there, with nothing above the neck. His head hit the dirt. I flicked the blood off my claw and kicked the head aside like a stray ball. "Suicide?" I asked the second one, calm as a waiter. "Or should I help you?" Zhao made a sound like a drain, watched me, shook all over. Zhao'd known exactly how strong his dead friend was, and I'd deleted the man in one twitch. "Let me go," he begged. I shook my head. Zhao bolted, burst into a genuinely impressive sprint, fear-powered, gone into the trees. How could I possibly let you leave? I don't do loose ends. One step and I was on him in a few breaths. Zhao knew it, turned, went feral, threw a stone fist haymaker of his own with everything he had. Die. I raised my claw and met it. Boom! Chi shockwave, and mine was simply bigger. Zhao went airborne. I chased him down, dragged the claw across the ground, rending claw, pfft, and that was that. Blood, quiet, done. 4,000 yuan from the first backpack, 3 from the second. Good, I said, and pocketed both. No wonder people love scavenging. 15 minutes in the realm, and I'd cleared 7 grand off 2 corpses who tried to mug me first. Fastest money I've ever made, and the customers started it. Then into the ruins, following my gremlin's directions. Keep going. Yes, continue. Yes, keep going. All right, it's under your feet. Start digging, and be careful, genius, or you'll break it. I dug, carefully, and out of the dust came a rolled parchment scroll. This is the treasure? A drawing on one side, a huge ancient tree, heavy with branches and leaves, and columns of text on the other. Title across the top, Ancient Tree Visualization Method. Visualization Method. What? I read the whole thing, and my breathing sped up because this was a very big deal quietly disguised as homework. A visualization method is meditation with a purpose. You picture yourself becoming some object, an ancient tree, say. You condense your spirit into that image, and your mental energy climbs. It's a cultivation method. For a mental stat, to a trash talent user, this scroll is garbage. They don't chase the ceiling, they activate their traits, brew their potion, drink it, evolve, done. Who cares about mental? But to someone chasing the ultimate, the true limit, this is oxygen. Because here's the problem nobody warns you about. Heaven and earth treasure gets you to the cap early on, sure. But then what? Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4. By Tier 7 or 8, where exactly are you finding enough legendary fruit to keep force-feeding yourself to the ceiling? You can't. You need another road. And this scroll was a road, a mental road, dropped into my hands in the kiddie pool realm where it had no business being. There are probably physical ones out there too, I thought. I'll take that as a promise. I rolled the scroll up, thrilled, and moved on toward the deeper ruins, because I still had a physical fruit to eat and a possible assassin to entertain. I picked a rocky patch near the mountain, big stone pillars everywhere, found an open spot, and sat. If Zhang Feng wants his revenge tomorrow, I'll sit here and let him find me. If nobody shows by tomorrow, I go into the ruins myself. Patient predator, comfy rock. I took out the thunder fruit and bit in. Sizzle. Blue lightning crawled over my whole body, pain rolling with it, and underneath the pain, the tempering, the body getting forged another notch. And today it barely fazed me. One day of practice and my pain tolerance had leveled up along with everything else. The lightning faded. I exhaled. Cool, I said out loud, to no one, grinning, because I'll be honest, this rush of new power is a little addictive. That's the part they should put a warning label on. And then I felt the footsteps. I turned. Nothing visible. But running feet, getting closer, and then a figure broke into view. Long black hair, light blue skin-tight combat suit, the whole striking package, and also very much being chased. Shu Fun, a classmate. Her face was white, her suit torn in a few places, a couple of wounds on her. She saw me and did a double take of her own. Li Chang, can you help me? She said, gritting through it. What's up? I asked. Someone's chasing me. Drive him off. The words were barely out when the someone arrived. A big, powerful shape, Tier 1 aura but pressing down like a wild animal, stats clearly stacked high. Zhao locked on to her, greed all over his face, and grinned. Little girl, hand it over and maybe I let you go. Otherwise, I've always wanted to know what a corpse tastes like. Then to me, bored. And you, kid, get lost if you've got nothing to do, or I'll snap your head off after. Su Fun went paler, bit her lip, and looked at me with her whole heart in her eyes. I looked at the big man like he was weather, then back at her. Why's he chasing you? Because of this, she said, and pulled a stone out from against her chest, her whole body coiling tight in case someone lunged. And my breath caught, honestly, on reflex. You found one of these in the beginner realm? A talent stone. When you climb from Tier 1 to Tier 2, you can take a second talent, and the talent stone is the key piece of that, rarer than a space ring, a thing that has a price but no market, because nobody's selling. No wonder a monster was hunting her across a forest for it. Kid, take my advice and get lost, the big man growled, fists tightening, aura swelling, because now he could see I hadn't flinched, and my calm was making him nervous. Zhao didn't want a 2-on-1. Even a 2-on-1 he'd win, because Shu Fen's breathing was wrecked and she wasn't a real threat anymore. It was me he couldn't read. Good instinct. Wasted on him. I didn't move. I just kept looking at that stone. Because, full honesty, I wanted it. A lot. Silence for a moment. Then I looked at Shu Fen and said the quiet part out loud. "Give me the talent stone and I'll kill him for you, deal?" She hesitated. You could see the math running behind her eyes. Then she firmed up and nodded. "Okay, you reckless brat, you're asking for it." The big man detonated. Zhao came in first, terrifying speed, air squeezing around a punch aimed to end me in one. I looked up and let the murder show on my face for the first time. Dragon scales flooded down my wrist and over my fingers. Boom! Claw met fist head-on, and a surprising amount of force rammed back up my arm. A strength talent, I noted. Cute. Zhao roared, leaned into it, tried to crush me with one punch. Because since his awakening, he'd never lost a head-on trade, and he had skill bonuses on top. "Roll," I told him. And I opened up the dragon muscle. Violent power erupted out of my arm and simply shoved him back several steps, punch and all. His whole face changed. I didn't give him the room to think about it. Rending claw. His talent doubled his strength, maybe more, so what? Yesterday I might have been a little careful. Today I knew I was the bigger monster. Zhao threw a skill-charged fist to meet me. Berserk strike, everything he had. Pfft. My claw carved through the fist itself, bones splitting, flesh tearing off, blood everywhere, and the force behind it flung him away, screaming. "No, impossible!" he shrieked, staring at me. "You just awakened. How do you have this power?" "Nothing's impossible, buddy." I stepped after him. No chance, no mercy, no breather. Zhao forced himself upright through the pain, unwilling to just die, and swung one last full-power skill punch. And right then my rending claw shifted on its own, posture adjusting, power gathering deeper in the claw than before, and came down harder than it had a second ago. Pfft. No scream this time. The claw snapped his wrist, tore straight into his neck, and took his head clean off. It rolled across the dirt like a ball. Shu Fen went green and looked ready to be sick. I did not care even slightly, because I was staring at my own claw, grinning like an idiot. It improved. There it was. My rending claw finally ranked up, entry level to expert level, mid-fight, which is exactly why that last strike went through him like wet paper. Best possible timing. I breathed it in, tucked the excitement away, and turned to her. "Bring the talent stone." She hesitated one more second, then kept her word and handed it over. I examined it, and the excitement got worse. I genuinely did not expect to land something this good this fast. "Hey, at least say thank you." She was staring at me ignore her completely in favor of a rock, and I could hear the outrage building. Is an injured, beautiful woman really less interesting than a stone? I looked up, pocketed the stone, and told her the truth. "Why would I thank you? This is the reward I earned." "Straight man," she said instantly, rolling her eyes. "Confirmed, textbook straight man." Because apparently, in this exact situation, a normal guy meets a wounded, beautiful classmate, and even after taking the stone, is supposed to lay on the tenderness and the pity. She muttered it half to herself. "You'll never get a girlfriend like this." "Doesn't matter," I said, not caring at all. "With enough power, finding a woman is easy." "Will you find true love?" she asked. "Sorry, don't need it. I just need somewhere to put my ambition." She stared at me wide-eyed like she couldn't believe the answer. But it settled it for her. Definitely a straight man. And here's the thing she was slowly working out, sitting there watching me drop back into a cross-legged cultivation pose over a corpse like it was a park bench. She'd never noticed me. At school, I was wallpaper. Even after awakening, I was just the Dragon Claw kid, the one everyone knew couldn't evolve, so she'd filed me under "no thanks" and moved on. But she'd seen exactly how strong the thing hunting her was, strong enough that she wasn't remotely a match, and I'd erased it in one strike. So a small, dangerous question started forming behind her eyes. Is Dragonclaw talent actually that strong? Ask her again in about a week. She's going to hate the answer for entirely different reasons. She couldn't let it go, though. She walked over and poked at it. "Hey, Li Qiang, what are you doing sitting here? Cultivating? Isn't everyone in the realm supposed to be treasure hunting?" "Waiting for someone," I said. "Who?" "An enemy." I opened my eyes, looked at this genuine goddess of a classmate, and sighed. "Shouldn't you be leaving?" Right now? Why, she said. I'm not in any danger. And she sat down next to me and started dabbing medicine on her cuts, comfortable as anything. Leave, I told her, or when my enemy shows up, you might die here. She rolled her eyes. I don't believe it. What enemy could possibly be scarier than you? Fair. She'd just watched me delete a monster she couldn't touch. So I gave her the one detail that mattered. Could be a tier 2. She froze solid. You could see her wanting to ask what exactly I'd done to earn a tier 2 enemy. She didn't. She just took a breath and said, all right, I'll hurry up and go. You're really something, provoking a tier 2. I didn't answer. I closed my eyes and went back to my scroll. Footsteps. She'd left, I figured. And then a warm little breath tickled my cheek. I opened my eyes and there was her face, 6 inches from mine, bent over, grinning at me. What are you doing? I frowned. Nothing, she said. Just want one thing before I go. What? Hee, my contact info. Really? I watched her walk off and, against my better judgment, handed my number over first. Only after she was completely gone did I close my eyes and get back to the tree. Remember, she took my number. That detail's going to keep coming back like a bad debt, and it's the closest thing to a love life I'm going to allow myself for a while. Turns out I've got monster comprehension. I got the visualization on the first serious try, pictured myself as the ancient tree, condensed, climbed. When I surfaced, I checked my phone and physically flinched. 7 hours. 7. It felt like 10 minutes. That's the tax on this method, apparently. It eats time like a black hole eats light. But then a thought hit me. I glanced at my mental stat, and my eyes went wide. 59 to 64. In one sitting. Do that for a few days, and it's basically a mental-boosting heaven and earth treasure that grows on a meditation cushion for free. I was thrilled. Keep this up and my slowest stat hits the cap before I know it. Although, and I noted this, filed it, frowned at it, there was a faint sour ache somewhere underneath, and I didn't know why. Is it the visualization? I shook it off. Remember the sour ache, too. The story will make me pay for ignoring it later. It always does. Sky went dark. Nobody came. Did Zhang Feng not actually mean to retaliate? Or just not find me yet? Whatever. Too lazy to care. I lit a campfire, pulled beast meat out of my ring, roasted it, ate, and went back to cultivating. A whole night passed like that. 6 the next morning I checked mental again, 64 to 70. Growing, but slower. Gets harder the higher you climb, obviously. Fine. Slower isn't stopped. New day, last fruit. The strength fruit. Bit in, juicy, honestly a great flavor. All these heaven and earth treasures taste like premium produce. It's almost a shame to waste them as upgrades instead of snacks. Down it went. The familiar surge rolled in, and my strength started climbing. Took a while. When it finished, I threw a punch before checking anything, just to feel the air scream. Spent 10 minutes shadowboxing to get reacquainted with my own arm, and then looked. Force 84. Up a full 20 points. Terrifying. Stack that raw strength on top of dragon muscle doubling it, and rending claw doubling it again, and... let me just say the quiet part. Inside Tier 1, setting aside the rare, true prodigies, I'm probably unbeatable. Sure, some rich kid out there has higher raw stats from mainlining fruit, but nobody has a talent like mine. Nobody's activated every trait, and nobody has quietly ranked a skill to expert. I let out a long breath, packed the excitement away, made breakfast, and headed for the ruins. Zhang Feng could keep planning his little future revenge. I had a dungeon. Short sprint and I was at the mountain. It should be inside here, I muttered, and pinged my gremlin. Not this direction, it snapped. Try another. Yes, that one. Go straight 500 meters. You'll hit some huge rocks, break them. That's the entrance. 500 meters is nothing. I found the boulders piled together, half buried, easy to mistake for the mountain itself, which is why nobody'd noticed. And then my gremlin, with the air of someone who enjoys watching me almost do unnecessary work. Actually, don't smash it. Just walk to the side, lift the slab. There's an entrance. I lifted the slab. Dark doorway. Some earlier scavenger had already opened it, saved me the trouble. I stepped in, lowered the slab behind me to hide it, turned on my phone light, and went down. Relax, said the gremlin. No traps yet, you're not really in the ruins. Reassuring in its way. 2 minutes down the tunnel and I stepped into a small underground space with one tall building filling it. Doors shut tight, no idea what's inside. Green ghost torches burning outside so I could kill my phone light. And by the gate, a puppy, standing very still. I looked at the puppy and my gremlin looked with me. Well-made puppet, it said. Blood sect craftsmanship. Tough materials. You could beat it all out, but here's a tip. Hit the left rib. That's where the core is. Oh, it has a weakness? My eyes lit up. Excellent. Whatever waits deeper might be dangerous, and I didn't want to burn myself out on a doorman. Blood sect, though. Sophisticated name. Is that whose palace this is? I dug through my head for info, found nothing, and got bored of the question. I cracked my neck, popping like a bag of knuckles, clenched my fists, and stepped out. Buzz. The puppy's eyes flared red. Enemy detected, apparently, because the sweet little guard dog stood up into a humanoid puppet the size of a small giant. Whoosh! A beam of orange light blasted out of its eyes. A ranged doorman. Rude. I twisted out of the beam and charged. It threw its right hand up and 5 iron claws shot out of its fingers at me. This thing has a lot of hobbies, I muttered, dodged again, closed the distance, and drove my claw straight at the left rib. Rending claw. Pfft. Full force, nothing held back. Half. It shattered half the core. Half. This thing's hardness genuinely rattled me. My full power strike cracks a monster's skull, and this puppet ate it and kept half a heart. Good thing I knew the weak spot, I thought, because going toe-to-toe with this, I'd win, but I'd bleed for it. It came again. Pupil beam and claw sweep at once, force almost equal to mine, which tells you this puppet was built to fight Tier 2s, and I just happened to be a very rude Tier 0 it couldn't categorize. Roll, I growled, met the claws head-on, shockwave rolling out around us, and then I stopped pacing myself. Power erupted, the claws flew back, its core hung open, and I targeted it. Smash it! The claw came down, the core went to glass, and the puppet clicked twice, red light draining, and folded into a pile of scrap on the floor. I really would like to know how the blood sect builds these. Later. The stone gate needed no key, just muscle. I set both hands on it, gritted my teeth, and forced it open a Chen Ang-sized crack. My gremlin chimed in. Go on in. The only good loot's at the very back, but watch for blood sect members. They're up to something deep inside. Don't panic, though. You're strong enough if you're careful. Blood sect members. Inside. A whole faction using an ancient ruin in a secret realm as a base. How? Why? Forget it, I decided. Good stuff inside and I can handle it. Not missing it. I slipped through. Empty palace. Rooms and rooms of nothing. My gremlin narrated the tour like a tired realtor. Nothing behind this door. Same here, obviously. Stop looking next. Yes, this one. It goes deeper. I opened the deep one and found a passage sloping further underground. No danger in the tunnel, said the gremlin, so I moved fast. And less than 2 minutes down, a faint blood-red glow bled into view ahead. I slowed, crept, and voices reached me. Boss, the blood pool's about full now, right? Soon, yeah, a few more days. Then can we finally leave this awful place? We've been here a year. Relax. Once the blood essence matures, we hand it over. Big rewards. Our gods at a critical moment, and the blood essence matters especially now. Complete the mission and we're made. We get whatever materials we want. Tisk, I know. I just hope nothing goes wrong these last few days. What could go wrong? It's a beginner realm in a nothing city. No prodigies like the big cities. The puppet at the door handles any intruder. I want you to appreciate the timing of that line. The puppet at the door handles any intruder. The puppet at the door was, at that moment, scrap metal I'd left cooling on the floor upstairs. And these geniuses were sitting in the glow congratulating themselves that the city officials still hadn't caught them. Figured all the bodies they'd dumped in the realm looked like scavenger squabbles. Confident. Comfortable. A year of impunity. My gremlin didn't even need to editorialize. I did it for free. I got to the mouth of the tunnel and saw the room without stepping into it. A massive blood pool, surface churning with shimmering blood, reeking, giving off an aura that made the hair on my arms stand up. And my gremlin right on cue, with the single most me tooltip it has ever produced. Precious key blood essence, an essential sacrifice item for a powerful figure. Jump in and absorb it for a significant boost, but it'll draw the blood sect's attention. Think carefully before you jump in. I thought carefully for about 1 second. It's a sacrifice for some big shot, which means it's good. It's good, which means it's mine. Provoke the whole blood sect? Who cares, as long as I get stronger? But I didn't jump. Not yet. 2 robed men sat by the pool eating roasted meat, bedrolls beside them, the year-long campers. Both Tier 1. Both killable. A murderous little glint took up residence in my eyes. One of them felt it. Zhao spun, roared at the dark behind him. "Who's there? Show yourself!" Too late. I was already moving, top speed, claw out. Die! Whoosh! Cold flash, and his head left his shoulders before he finished the sentence. Perfect timing plus a year of sloppiness equals 1 very easy first kill. His friend leapt up and threw a panic punch. "Roll," I said, and a single claw swing launched him into the wall, blood on his lips. Zhao slid down, white-faced, staring. "How did you get in? Did you handle the puppet?" "What do you think?" I sneered. "Impossible," he whispered, which is a funny thing to say to the man standing in front of you having obviously done it. I didn't explain. I don't explain to the temporary. I swung. Zhao dodged, no fight in him at all. He'd already measured me and come up short, and threatened me while he ran. "Leave, whoever you are." "Do you know who I am? Kill me and the blood sect ends you." "I've already killed your friends," I said. "You think I'm letting you walk?" Pfft, I was faster. The claw took his whole arm off, blood everywhere. Zhao trembled, but the look he gave me was pure hate, not fear. "Fine," he screamed. "If you're killing me, we die together." An ugly little statue appeared in his remaining hand. He bit through his own tongue and tried to pour his blood into the thing. Whoosh! I was in his face before the blood landed. The claw took his other arm. The statue dropped and I kicked it, skittering across the floor. "Do you think I'd give you the chance?" I drove the claw straight through his chest, and when I pulled it back, it closed around something and squeezed. His eyes went wide, his mouth opened, and his life drained out faster than words could. Corpse on the floor before he finished the thought. I flicked the blood off and looked at that statue. My gremlin, helpful as a knife, ominous summoning tool, works when soaked in blood. Destroy it unless you want to invite guests. Guests, right. Let me tell you what I did with the invitation. I stepped on the statue. Bang! It shattered, and a burst of blood-red light poured out, gathered in front of me, and became a phantom. An old man in blood-red robes, face withered like a dead tree, radiating the aura of someone genuinely powerful. His eyes swept the 2 corpses, the pool, and finally, me. "You killed them," he said cold. "Are you blind?" I said. "You're asking for it." A wave of killing intent slammed down on me, pure oppression. I sneered. "What, you're going to murder me with your feelings?" My gremlin, deadpan. "This is a projection. 0 combat ability, don't worry about it." So I didn't. It's just a hologram with a temper. And a blood sect one, obviously. Same robes as the campers, fancier color. The old man's eyes flashed murder, but he knew he couldn't touch me, so after a silence, he tried the reasonable route. "I don't care who you are. Leave, and I'll forgive this. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" I said. "You can't kill me, so get lost. You think I'm handing back a pool I already killed for? You think I'm dumb enough to believe walking away fixes anything?" Long silence. Then his voice dropped colder. "Kid, provoking the blood sect is beyond what you can handle." Too late. I'd already provoked them the second I took the first head. In a world where strength is the only law, you don't skip free power because a scary man might frown at you. That's how you stay weak forever. His killing intent nearly went solid, a floating red mass of hate. I met it and didn't blink. Finally, he grinned, cruel and thin. "Kid, I'll remember you. If you've got the guts, tell me your name." And here is where I want you to lean in, because this is the single most efficient thing I have ever done. "If you've got the guts, come find me," I said, smiling. "Remember it. Don't forget it. My name is Zhang Fang." "Very good," the old man hissed. "Zhang Fang, is it? I'll remember." "Wait, kid. Soon you'll learn what it costs to offend the blood sect." And he vanished. I scanned for traps, found none, and started laughing. Somewhere across this city, a rich boy who ordered a hit on an orphan just got personally added to the kill list of a murder cult, and he doesn't know it yet. Zhao wanted me dead in a realm with no witnesses. I gave a decaying blood wizard his exact name and address instead. Zhang Feng wanted a war. I made sure he got one, just not the one he ordered. Enemy handled. Harvest time. My gremlin at its most gremlin, a jar of pure chi blood essence. Strip down and walk in. It's like a hot spring. Trust me, you'll love it. That is an alarming sentence from a talking pile of contempt. But I stripped down and got in anyway because I have priorities and none of them are dignity. And for 1 second, amazing. Every pore on my body flung open, thick blood wrapping around me like 100 soft hands, energy pouring in through the skin and folding into my blood, strengthening the body. Hot spring bliss. Damn, I actually said, that's pretty awesome. And then the needles started. That same energy that had been caressing me a moment ago began threading into every open pore like wire. It burned. It stabbed. Ah, okay, I screamed. Grown man, dragon arm, screaming in a cult's blood jar at 4 in the morning. The pool churned. The pain rolled on and finally ebbed, and I lay there wrecked and gasping and looked around. The pool was dead. Dull, thin, drained. I'd drunk the whole thing through my skin. No idea how much time passed. When I could stand, I climbed out, threw a slow punch, heard the air rip, and felt it. Stronger. Then I checked the panel and hissed out loud. Body 100, force 100, agility 100, mental 94, caps of 100. 3 of my 4 stats had just slammed into the ceiling in one bath. Such a huge jump and then, immediately, regret. If I'd known, I wouldn't have eaten the strength fruit first. I could have saved it for after Tier 2. The pool had more to give, and my body simply couldn't hold it, already maxed. The blood pool boosts physical stats hard, but mental it can only nudge. The rest of mental is on the visualization scroll and me. That's the lesson. And here's the bonus one my gremlin let me feel. I hadn't refined all that energy. A big reserve of it was just sitting in my body, waiting, unusable until I break into Tier 2. Free fuel on layaway. I threw a few more punches just to feel it. This is exhilarating, I said, grinning like an idiot, because I'll be honest one more time. Getting stronger is a little addictive, and I was mainlining it. Then I calmed down, got dressed, and looted the 2 campers. Mostly junk, supplies, a year of hard living, nothing precious left. But one corpse had a book, Combat Arts, and my eyes lit up, because here's my dirty secret. I've never actually learned how to fight. Everything I've done on raw strength and 1 skill. Combat Arts won't raise a stat or a trait, but it teaches technique, where to hit, which acupoint drops a man in 1 strike, how to kill efficiently instead of just hard. For a guy who's been winning on pure horsepower with no steering, that's enormous. Very nice, I said, and pocketed it. Not learning it yet, though. First, finish mental. I sat back down over the drained pool and cultivated. 6 points from the cap. 1 more good session. Meanwhile, cut across the realm to a man having a much worse night. The scarred killer. Snapping some random talent user's head off and snarling at the trees. Where is that guy? I wanted this quick so I could get back and enjoy myself, and instead the little bastard's impossible to find. Just wait. When I find you, I'll twist your head off personally. Zhao'd been grinding the realm non-stop, no rest, hunting me. And I was 2 rooms and a cult massacre away, cross-legged, evolving, completely unaware of him. Not that it would have changed my morning if I'd known. New day. I opened my eyes by the dead pool and frowned, because that sour ache had gotten louder. This visualization method isn't suited to me, I decided. Every session since I started, a vague soreness in the body, low-grade, wrong. Maybe you can't just cultivate any visualization method raw. I don't know enough about them to say, but I checked my panel, mental, 100, capped, and figured I could afford to stop. No rush now. Even in Tier 2, there's no rush, and I did not want to find out the hard way what the side effects of forcing the wrong method are. When I get to university, I'll ask a teacher. They've got specialists. And if you enroll, they might even hand you exclusive techniques. Folder. Remember that ache one more time? I keep shelving it, and the shelf is going to break. And then, finally, I waved my hand and my own evolution potion appeared. The one I brewed myself and refused to drink until every stat maxed. Finally, I laughed, and downed it in one go. Heat flooded down my throat. The dragon claw began to evolve. My physical stats climbed as it went. The dragon scales I usually had to summon just came, on their own, and started spreading, up past the elbow, over the whole arm, reaching for the right shoulder like armor growing itself. Power gathered in the arm, immense, and that was just the opening. Buzz. A cold aura leaked into the air, and a touch of black bled into the crimson scales, like ink dropped in a lake, spreading, until every scale went black and started smoking with thick, dark mist. The power of death. 1 minute, 2, 5, 10, done. I stared at my right arm. Jet black scales like polished armor, black mist rolling off them. The aura of death thick enough to taste. Dragon Claw had become the Death Dragon arm. All my old traits kept, plus this. And it hadn't just eaten my arm. It had crawled across half my body. If I tore my shirt off, you'd see scales riding up my right side. I clenched a fist and hit the wall. Boom! Cracks spidered out across the whole thing, and where I'd struck, the stone corroded and rotted at visible speed, crumbling like it had aged 1,000 years in a second. So that's the Death Dragon arm. More destruction, and every hit carries death's corrosion. Anything I strike that isn't properly warded just dries out and rots. And it still had a hidden trait not yet awake. Terrifying now. Worse later. Then the panel, and this is the part that made me sit down. Body 121, Force 123, Agility 124, Mental 119. But the cap on all four, had gone from 100 to 500. 5 times. The evolution feedback bumps your stats, sure, that's normal, but quintupling the ceiling? I chewed on that. The books say a tier 2 is about twice a tier 1. But if the cap's 5 times higher, a maxed tier 2 is 5 times a tier 1, not 2. And then it clicked, and my eyes lit up, and I understood the single most important thing nobody tells the poor kids. If you evolve before maxing your stats, you're the standard double-strength tier 2. But if you drag every stat to the tier 1 ceiling first and then evolve, that ceiling itself gets multiplied on the way up. The higher your stats when you evolve, the more monstrous your potential after. Which means every rich prodigy who rushed their evolution to look strong early quietly kneecapped their own future. And every trash talent kid who got told to just drink the potion and be done, kneecapped before they started. One wrong step early, and you never catch the real prodigies again. I only dodged that trap because a rude gremlin in my head told me to wait. Without it, I'd have rushed too, like everyone else. I exhaled, swung the Death Dragon arm, and the air didn't just whistle, it tore. A claw swipe splitting a gash clean down the middle of the wall like I'd cut it in half. Okay, keep cultivating first, I told myself. There's still unrefined blood essence in me, and burning through it makes me stronger. And it doesn't take long. You just have to spend your own energy to process it. Rending Claw, I called, and the skill went off harder than it ever had, the whole underground room shaking like it might cave in. And while I refined the blood essence, I finally cracked open the combat arts book. Not a skill, a system of forms. Moves you learn and then reshape into the version that fits you best. And these particular forms were all killers. Every motion built to end a life. There was even a whole section on acupoints, which one to strike, how to drop a man in a single hit. Learning it wasn't hard for me. By the time my energy ran dry and the last of the blood essence was refined, I'd already memorized the whole thing. The hard part isn't learning it. The hard part is welding it into how I actually fight, and that takes reps. I wasn't in a hurry. I flopped on the floor, soaked in sweat, chest heaving, and grinned at the ceiling. Next, I can probably leave. Oh, right. I smacked my forehead. The evolution paths. The Death Dragon arm can keep evolving, and I hadn't even looked. I pinged my gremlin, and it laid out 3 roads. Death Dragon Soldier keeps evolving down the death attribute, monstrous body plus death's corrosion. Dragon Weapon. the ultimate pure physical body. And the third one surprised me. Dragon Hunter. You plunder a dragon's power for yourself and then use it to kill dragons. A man who becomes the dragon's nemesis by wearing the dragon. All three sound terrifying just by name, and I ruled out the third one instantly. Ask me why. Because becoming a professional dragon killer is a fantastic plan for exactly as long as there are dragons around to kill, and a catastrophically bad one the second you run out. And I had a very specific reason to think about what happens when the dragons stop showing up. So Dragon Hunter was out. It's a specialist, great against dragons, mediocre at everything else, and I'm not building my whole life around one prey animal. That left two. Death Dragon Soldier. Keep riding the death attribute, monster body plus corrosion. Dragon Weapon. Peak pure physical. Both excellent. Genuinely hard to pick. So I made the lazy man's decision, whichever one's materials I find first wins. Let the loot decide. There was one more tooltip, and it deflated me a little. That hidden trait on the Death Dragon arm, the mystery one, activating it needs a potion mixed from death and life materials soaked for 3 straight days. Cool. On paper, I should be thrilled to even know how. In practice, ugh. Death and life are both rare attributes. Materials that carry them are scarce and expensive on a good day. And that's on top of the evolution materials. On top of the second talent I still need to hunt materials for. Talent users are strong and make money easy, sure. We also burn money like a furnace. I sighed like a man reading his own bills and stood up to leave. No obstacles on the way out. I retraced the tunnel, lifted the slab, and stepped into open mountain air. And I'll admit it felt good. I stretched my neck and breathed like a man who'd earned it. Exits that way, I figured. Let's wander toward it and grab whatever good materials the road offers. And a talent stone if I'm lucky. My eyes gleamed a little on that one. Quick lore because it matters later. Second talent. When a Tier 1 climbs to Tier 2, you can take on a second talent, and Step 1 is a talent stone. These form naturally, anywhere, deep sea, deep underground, sometimes literally inside a monster's flesh, but the odds of one forming are tiny, which is why they cost a fortune nobody's even selling. Once you have one, you identify its attribute: light, dark, fire, wind, water, earth, thunder, whatever. That attribute locks your options. A thunderstone means you can only pick a thunder talent. Then you grind the stone to powder, gather materials, brew a potion, drink it, and you've got your second talent. And unlike Awakening, where some people just fail, born unlucky, the second talent basically never fails. It's a purchase, not a gamble. My head hurt just listing the shopping. Onward. I pinged my gremlin for directions and got the usual buffet. Monster gathering spot, only materials there. Night ivy over here, might want to grab it. Nothing this way. And then, head this direction and you'll run into the enemies who've been chasing you non-stop. Enemies, I said, raising an eyebrow. The blood sect already? That fast? Or someone else? Doesn't matter, we'll find out by looking. Because here's the thing, I wasn't scared. I was shopping for a crash test dummy. Refining the blood essence had bumped everything but mental to around 140. What in this kitty realm was going to worry me? First, though, the night ivy. And I took off like a cannonball, gone in a blur of bent grass, into a lush old forest. Barely inside and roar. A black panther lunged from the right, fangs like knives, mouth glowing black. Good timing, I grinned. It roared, I turned, the death dragon arm came up, and I threw one punch. No skill, just fist. The panther's head simply exploded, red and white everywhere. A Tier 1 dead fang leopard. Weak. I crouched, slit its belly, and found a glowing bone. Necromantic bone, a death material. Cheap, honestly, because these grow inside death-type beasts all the time, but still 1,000 yuan. Into the ring. Onward. The night ivy was growing on a big ancient tree. Black. Cold. Another death material. And here's where I started to notice a pattern. I kept tripping over death. Death bone, death ivy, death everything, like the forest was handing me a starter kit. Coincidence, obviously, but the kind of coincidence that makes the hair on your neck stand up a little. Remember that. I reached to pick the ivy and whoosh, cold wind. I straightened and stepped back as a shrieking phantom peeled out of the vines. I didn't flinch. I just watched it come and smiled. A female ghost. First one I've ever seen. Ghosts are real here. They just cluster where the yin energy's thick. They show up in cities too, rarely, and mostly as harmless little spirits. Only the vengeful ones are a threat, and only those are visible. This one was vengeful, and let me be honest about the visuals. Rotting face, black blood dripping, genuinely hideous. Purely on looks, the girl from the well has her beat by a mile. Die, it howled, and yin energy swept in. I tilted my head, let it pass, and raked one claw through it. Death corrosion filled the air, it screamed once, and it was gone. Poof, thin air. Ghosts really aren't scary here, as long as you've got the right tool. And lucky me, my newly evolved arm carries death and corrosion, which is the exact right tool. A month ago, I couldn't have touched this thing. Today, I swatted it like a bug. And then a bright little idea hit me. I dropped and scooped up a black crystal, about the size of a 2-carat diamond, from right where the ghost died. Soul dust. Undead type, because vengeful spirits are undead. This stuff drops from killing a creature's soul. Its attribute matches the creature, and it is rare, luck-dependent, not a thing you plan for. And I'd just tripped over it. Tisk. My luck's a little obscene, isn't it? Death Dragon Soldier evolution material, +1. The ivy grows where ghosts nest and feeds their souls, which is exactly why soul dust drops there. The whole corner was a death material vending machine, and I had exact change. I bagged it all and headed for the exit, getting close now. And then a figure dropped into view, and my gremlin, cheerful as ever. Congrats, your enemy's arrived. Don't worry, he's no match for you. I stopped, raised an eyebrow. Didn't recognize the guy. But the second he saw me, his face lit up with pure joy, and he burst out laughing. Found you at last. Die, kid. Killing intent everywhere, not even hidden. And then he blurred, terrifying speed. Speed talent, I noted. But his aura was tier 2, so I got curious. Wonder if he's got a second talent too. Zhao did. 100 refined blade appeared in his hand out of nowhere, wrapped in a little whirlwind, and he came in insanely fast. Wind riding, second talent. Same family as that lightning infusion from before, coats the weapon, adds cutting power, boosts speed. Almost too fast to track. Almost. I raised my scaled right arm and just blocked. The blade hit dragon scale, threw sparks, and left a white scratch. Nothing else. His whole face fell apart. How is this possible? Zhao bet everything on speed, sure, but he was a real tier 2 with a wind-charged blade, and a full-power slash didn't even scratch my paint. Then he felt my life force properly, and the horror really set in. Wait, you've reached tier 2? I wasn't in a hurry. I let him stew and asked the only question I cared about. Who sent you? Zhang Fang? Because the blood sect couldn't have mobilized this fast unless they had city reach. His face darkened, then twisted into a grin. You already guessed, didn't you? And so what if you did? You die here today. Zhao was careful now. He knew my talent was Dragon Claw, knew it wasn't supposed to evolve, and was rattled that it had. But rattled isn't afraid. The scales only cover the shoulder and arm, he told himself. Great defense there. Hit him anywhere else and he still dies. Reasonable plan. Zhao stepped. The breeze took him, and he vanished. Fast, I said quietly, narrowing my eyes. But sometimes speed isn't everything. And, I spun, claw already cocked, and threw a punch into empty air behind me. Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me? Scarface, who had absolutely materialized behind me mid-swing at my neck, felt the whole world turn to suffocation. His wind blade came down and met my dragon fist. That blade could have ordinary things. Against my scales, it didn't cut. It got annihilated. The compressed wind on the edge simply erased by the force of the punch. I didn't stop. I poured more in. Snap. The 100 refined blades shattered. This power. Impossible. Panic. Real panic now. And babbling. Not only had I found his position mid-teleport, the force was far past most tier 2s he'd ever met. Far past him. How, he kept thinking, this kid just awakened. Evolved, talent or not. How does he have this in this little time? Nothing's impossible, buddy. Die. I raked out a claw, and he felt death close on his throat. but he screamed, "You won't kill me," and meant it, because his one real gift was running. Zhao blurred out of the claw, spun, and bolted. Running? Not a chance. My eyes went cold. I bent my legs and detonated, and my burst was faster than his top speed. I caught him in a blink and tore one claw across his back. Black light, the reek of death, a scream. His spine showed through the wound. Zhao hit the dirt, deathly pale, curled up around the pain, groaning. I walked over slow, calm face, murderous eyes, and it was the eyes that made him beg through his teeth. "No, don't kill me." "Give me a reason not to," I said, "and you could watch him scramble." "Reason? What reason?" "I don't want to die doesn't count." "Then, wait." Something lit up behind his eyes. "I've got a secret," he blurted. "Might be useful to you. Spare me and I'll tell you." "A secret?" I said, raising an eyebrow. I'd asked to be cruel, not because I expected anything, but now I was interested. "What secret?" Zhao winced through the pain and spat it out fast. "A secret about the Jiang family. Zhang Feng wants you dead and you won't let that go, right? But lay a hand on him and his father buries you. You die too. Unless you had this secret. Then it's different." I smiled. "Listen to you. Sounds important." Of course, he said, nodding like his life depended on it, which it did. I went quiet, stroked my chin, thought about it. Then, in a low voice, "Fine. If it's really as important as you say, I might let you go." Zhao didn't trust that smart man and countered. "Let me leave first. I've got a video on my phone. Once I'm a safe distance off, I'll throw it to you. Deal?" "Oh," I said and chuckled, and didn't seem to mind at all. "Okay." That okay should have scared him more than the claw did. Zhao hauled himself up, pale, staring at me, and started backing away, phone already out, even queuing up a video to prove he wasn't bluffing. I crossed my arms and watched him go. 30 steps. Then, whoosh, he threw the phone at me and turned to run, and a mocking little glint crossed my eyes. Badly wounded like that, I thought. How far do you really think you're getting? I vanished, reappeared with the phone already caught, and punched my dragon arm straight into the ground, shattering the stone. Then I pulled up a long, rectangular chunk of rock like a stalactite, hefted it over my head into a throwing stance, and locked on to Scarface's staggering back. "Die," I said, one cold word, and threw. The stone left my hand like a round out of a barrel, screaming through the air. Zhao was running for his life on pure willpower when something made him look back, and the second he saw it coming, his scalp prickled and death washed over him, and he had no time to do anything at all. Bang! The pillar took him in the forehead and his head simply came apart. I didn't even glance at the body. Never negotiate with the temporary. I just needed him relaxed enough to hand over the phone before I collected on the bill. I picked up the video and watched. Dim room. A middle-aged man behind a desk, phone to his ear, calm. "Not enough," he was saying. "What you've given isn't enough for what my Jiang family has contributions." A voice on the line, oily. "I don't know. What does the Jiang family want?" "You know what I want," the man said. "So it's power," the voice guessed. Silence. Then the voice again. "If you want power, we can give it, but don't forget your mission." And the man finally answered. "As long as you don't forget what you owe, I won't slip." "I hope so," the voice said, and hung up. The man snorted, face darkening, and muttered one thing through his teeth. "Myriad Star Tower." Video ends. I frowned at it a long moment. The middle-aged man was Zhang Feng's father, same profile, even in the dark. But the conversation was the part that grabbed me. Myriad Star Tower. Some kind of power? Trading strength to the Jiang family in exchange for a mission? What exactly were they trying to do? And why did a bottom-tier rich family with no talent suddenly matter enough for someone to arm them? I didn't have answers. What I had was a dead assassin, a phone full of somebody's conspiracy, and a name I was going to be hearing again. Ask me later whether letting a rich man think he was the predator was the best trade I ever made. Honestly, the video told me one thing and nothing else. Zhang's father cut some kind of deal with an outfit called Myriad Star Tower. That's it. No names, no plan, no why. Fine. If you don't know, you don't know. I pocketed the phone. And here's my actual plan for Zhang Feng, which I'll admit is a little lazy. I might not have to kill him myself. The blood sect elder's projection wanted Zhang Fong dead badly enough to maybe come in person. So I'll wait a few days. If the cult does my chore, great. If Zhang's still breathing after that, I'll do it with my own claw. I don't do mercy for people who order hits on me. Then I looted Scarface's corpse because a man should honor his traditions. 15 minutes later, I hit the exit, the world spun, and I opened my eyes back in the city. I'm back. And I didn't go home. I went to the appraisal hall because that talent stone was burning a hole in my curiosity. The hall identifies talent stones and materials both, run by talent users whose whole gift is spotting the real from the fake. Next door's a resource shop, so first I dumped everything I didn't need, realm loot plus Scarface's stuff, and walked out with nearly 70 grand, savings included. We can eat well today, I grinned, and went back in to get my stone read. Talent stone window, no line. Paid the fee, 10,000 yuan for one appraisal, which is highway robbery, but rare skill sets, rare prices, so I pouted and paid. A waiter led me to a private room, poured tea, and a middle-aged woman came in, took my stone, and poured her own power into it. The plain little rock lit up and turned a dark grayish white. Psychic type, she said. Got it, thanks. In this world, the elements, wind, fire, water, earth, are one family. Strength and speed and frenzy are the normal type. Dragon claw and stone arm are transformation type. And telekinesis and its cousins are psychic. If you want the shortcut, psychic talents are basically the weird power fruits from your favorite pirate cartoon. I'd actually been hoping for strength or speed, boring on paper, huge in practice, pairs great with my arm, and easy materials. But you take the stone the sky gives you, and these things are pure luck. So, psychic it is. And then I remembered I have a gremlin. I held the stone up and asked it to do the impossible, and it sighed and did it. Fine, it said. I know what you want to see, so here. And it listed every psychic talent I could brew from this stone, each with an adaptability score. Telekinesis, 30. Spin, 31. Deterrence, 78. Body of recovery, 100. It works! I actually said out loud, shocked. I'd only tried it on a whim, and my cheat just handed me a compatibility chart for my own soul. Lots of good options, several sitting at 100, but my eye locked on that body of recovery. And I filed a nagging little question while I was at it. Why does my gremlin's advice always land so exactly on what I need? I shook it off. Later. On the way out, I felt eyes and let a cold smile flick across my face, then dropped it and kept walking. Because in an alley nearby, a thug was on the phone, shaking. Young Master Zhang, I swear, would I lie? I saw him walk right out of the appraisal hall. Yeah, doesn't look hurt at all. We should probably head back now. Okay, got it. Zhao hung up, stared after me, and sighed the sigh of a man reconsidering his career. What trash, he muttered about his own boss. Young Master Zhang swore this guy was as good as dead, and here he is, alive and kicking like a dragon. Forget it. Can't solve this. Time to go find a new employer. That's the thing about hiring goons on a rich boy's allowance. Their loyalty is exactly as deep as their fear, and I just made their fear point the wrong direction. Meanwhile, out on a sandy plain past the city, two figures in blood-red robes met up. A pretty, effeminate man and a beautiful woman currently drinking a monster's severed head through a straw like a smoothie, face lit up with joy. Bon appetit. The man didn't blink. The high priest, he said, has ordered us to Diwen City to deal with a man named Zhang Fong. Okay, she said sweetly around the straw. And there it is. Two blood sect murderers, dispatched with holy purpose, aimed at a name I handed them in a basement. The cult that wants me dead is currently marching on the exact person who ordered me dead, and everyone involved is very confident. This is my favorite kind of paperwork error. I didn't file it. I just addressed the envelope. Home, washed up, opened my phone, and it started going off like a slot machine. Ding, ding, ding! All from Chen Guang. When are you coming back? You didn't die in the realm, did you? Come back soon, Dad has something important to tell you. Don't rush the evolution. Dad says wait until your body's truly maxed or you'll regret it later. And then a longer one, basically her father talking through her. Once you awaken, you're a talent user. Evolvable or not, you won't know till you try. Explore your traits, hunt materials. You won't regret the attempt. Also, grind the beginner realm now. Sharpen your combat. And if you score well on the college entrance exam and land at a good university, you might find a real teacher to help you evolve. Come on. 2 friend requests underneath. A homeroom teacher and Shu Fen. The Zhou family message I understood. Chen Guang's people aren't simple. They know exactly what maxing before evolving is worth, and handing me that intel for free reads like an early investment in a stock they think is about to pop. The teachers was simpler. I'd vanished from school and they were tossing a struggling orphan some encouragement. Not investment. Investment costs something. I accepted Shu Fen, replied to everyone. Already knew that, Dad. Understood, teacher. And then went and did the thing that actually mattered. I looked up the Zhang family. Here's the shape of my enemy. The Zhang family is a rich merchant house, not a talent user clan. But rich buys muscle, so they've stacked up a pile of worshippers, hired talent users, all tier 2, and there are a lot of them. And the head of the house, Zhang Fang's father, Zhang Yong, is himself a tier 3. Now, objectively, that's not a scary family. Relatively, for a backgroundless orphan a couple weeks into awakening, it's a wall. Good thing I'm not weak either. If the blood sect doesn't handle Zhang Fang, I will. But I'll pick the moment, ideally after the entrance exam, once I'm at university, where the Zhang family can't reach in to kill me. Somebody wants me dead. I was never going to let that slide. Solve it fast, vent fast. And the Zhang ceiling's only tier 3. Give me a little time and I close that gap in a hurry. Ding! Shu Fen, Li Qiang, you're finally back. Something you need, I typed. Of course, did you forget our deal? 3 question marks from me. Knew it. You actually forgot, you scumbag. My face went flat. Woman, speak from your conscience. When have I ever been a scumbag to you? Let me at least earn the title once. What are you even talking about? Wah, she wrote. I promised to treat you to dinner before I left the realm, and you forgot me in a few days, you heartless bastard. My lip twitched. Thought about it. Okay, yeah, there was a thing, back when she grabbed my number and I wasn't listening. But it's a free meal. Why would I turn down a free meal? Location, time, I typed instantly. Zhu Xianju, tomorrow night? Works. Then I went back to research, this time on body of recovery, and got a wall of clickbait. Freshman of Broken Army Academy, let me show you the true terror of body of recovery. Shocking. Body of recovery can do this. I scrolled past the screaming and found an actual demo by an actual body of recovery user. Zhao cut his wrist on camera, blood welled, and the wound sealed before your eyes. Impressive, right? Then he told the truth on himself. Don't be fooled. First stage body of recovery is weak, fast healing on small cuts only. Serious wounds still take time. Combat power's low before it evolves. But after it evolves, that's when it gets scary. My gremlin, watching over my shoulder as always, coughed up the man's evolution tree. Body of recovery, 2 paths. Iron wall, pure defense, body like steel, slow heal on top. And absorption body, and this one made me sit up. It absorbs the damage you take and converts it into power to fire back. The more you hit it, the harder its next hit lands. And now I understood exactly why my cheat scored it 100 for me. My defense is already absurd. Scarface's wind blade left 1 white scratch on my scales. Evolve the arm again and the scales might swallow half my body. Stack absorption body on top of that, and my whole build becomes 1 sentence. I can eat your attacks all day, and you can't survive one of mine. Bonus, the materials are cheap and common. Body of recovery, I decided, tentatively. If a better stone falls in my lap, I reconsider. If not, this. Then I opened the food delivery app because I was not about to cook. In this era, delivery's safe. No business dares scam a talent user, so it's basically restaurant food at your door, and I dropped 5,000 yuan on dinner. Yes, 5,000. That's not gluttony, that's biology. A normal person can't eat what I eat. While I waited, I browsed the reputable trade sites for materials, and my scalp went tight. Death skull, 20 grand a gram. Life dust, 25. Ghostwood veneer, 15. And I needed all of it, to rank up rending claw, to evolve the arm, to prep for body of recovery. to eventually activate that hidden trait. 3 materials basically emptied me out. A few thousand left in my pocket and 3 more materials still needed just to wake the hidden trait. Might have to trade another evolution path away again, I muttered, then shrugged. See how the next couple days go. And I got up and drilled combat arts until the food came, ate my 5,000 yuan dinner, and slept. Next day I stayed in and welded combat arts into my body all day, and only at nightfall did I wash up, change, and head to Zuixianju to collect my free meal. The place was packed, a Cheongsam hostess asking if I had a reservation, and then I spotted Shu Fen and waved the hostess off. And, okay, she looked good. I'd only ever seen her from a bad angle across a room, but up close, black hair to her waist, a light blue dress, white heels, the whole pure and innocent package. "Why are you here so early?" I said, sitting down across from her. She snapped out of a little daze, tossed her hair, and put on a wounded look. "How dare you? Making a girl wait isn't gentlemanly." "I'm not a gentleman," I said, mild as anything, because I have zero interest in being one, and I was here for the food. She rolled her eyes so hard I felt it. Ask her again in a minute whether the free meal was going to stay free, because trouble was already walking through the door behind her. She let it go, though. She'd figured out my personality already and started ordering, asking my opinion between dishes. "By the way," I said, "why's this place so packed tonight?" "No idea," she said. "Somebody important's coming, don't know who. Important person." I chewed on it. "The city lord?" No, even for him this was too big a crowd, and it was a weird crowd. Some genuinely rich families, sure, but a lot of barely upper crust types, several with their kids in tow. Couldn't crack it. Dropped it. Then she put the menu down and asked, "So which university are you auditioning for?" "How would I know?" I shrugged. "And you've got a lot of faith in me. University isn't a place you just walk into because you feel like it." "Humph," she said, rubbing her nose. "Others might not know, but you think I don't? With your strength, the entrance exam's nothing. Besides, back in the realm you told me you had a Tier 2 enemy, and since you walked out fine, there are only 2 options. Either you killed him, or you never ran into him and left early. And I'm betting on the first." I actually blinked. "How'd you know?" "I guessed," she said, smug. "And I got it right." I rolled my eyes. Then she pushed. "But how'd you kill a Tier 2? "First you do this," I said. "Then you do that, and then you kill him." "Can you talk like a person?" she snapped. I sighed. "In plain words, I'm stronger, so I killed him." "You?" Her eyes went wide. She didn't buy it, because 2 Tier 1s can't just casually delete a Tier 2. Unless. A thought hit her and the color changed in her face. "You didn't advance to Tier 2, did you?" "Who knows?" I smiled. And that was all the confirmation she needed. She was certain now. "But my talent is Dragon Claw," which meant hiss. You could watch her brain try to fit Dragon Claw and evolved to Tier 2 into the same sentence and refuse. Remember, she's the first classmate to actually do that math. She won't be the last, and the rest are going to do it in public. Right then, a cluster of figures walked into the restaurant, and half the room's eyes swung to them. Young, 20s and 30s, mid-conversation as they came in. If there's real talent this batch, Wuku Academy had better share for once. Yeah, all the good ones drift to Wuku lately, give the rest of us a cut. Hey, they choose to come, I can't exactly stop them. Damn, the way you say that makes me want to throw a punch. And one of the middle-aged men glanced idly across the room, landed on me, and made a small, surprised sound. Interesting, he thought. Even in a little place like this, there are geniuses. Then it vanished off his face, and he went back to laughing with the others like nothing happened. I didn't notice a thing. I was eating. Shu Fen kept sneaking looks at the group until she suddenly burst out, "Ah, I know." "You startled me," I said. "What do you know?" "Who those people are." "Who?" "Admissions officers," she said. "Before every entrance exam, the colleges send scouts to the cities to spot high-potential students for special recruitment. Happens every year, just early this year." And it clicked. So all these people brought their kids hoping to get scouted? Should be. That's impossible though, right? I said, surprised. "Who knows?" she shrugged. I looked once more and then lost interest completely, because a few grown men are nowhere near as compelling as the food in front of me. File the scouts, though. The one who clocked me isn't going to forget my face. We ate, We drank, we left. Night out, a few early stars on the horizon. Shu Fun walked the street with me for a while like we were a couple, then waved. Okay, heading back, see you around. Bye, I said. She smiled, put her hands behind her back, and skipped off, weirdly delighted about something. I shook my head and turned for home, evening breeze on my face, comfortable, the streets quieter than the city used to be before the whole world changed. And then I frowned and sniffed. Blood, a lot of it, on the air. I perked right up and pinged my gremlin. Little grove over there, it offered. Walk in and you'll probably hear some pleasant noises. Food street that way, snacks, tastes mediocre. See those couples? Both cheating on each other, and with your build and face you might catch the woman's eye. And then, dark alley, a tragedy in progress. That last one got my attention. Be more specific, I muttered. It obliged. An evil otherworld mage just killed a tier 1 and is still standing there. Friendly reminder, he's carrying good loot. A mage. My face went cold. Not just a mage, an otherworld mage, which means an invader from somewhere that isn't here. Should I call the cops? I thought about it for a second and put my phone away and walked toward the alley instead. The loot was mine, and so was the mage. Silent footsteps, closer, and voices drifted out. The humans in this world are genuinely a nightmare, all these talents. Careful, contain the soul and go. If we're spotted, we're all dead. I want to be fast too, but it takes time. And why did Lord Truth send tier 1 and 2 mages here? Feels like a death sentence. Constant guard. Idiot, the other said. If we were stronger, we'd have been detected the second we crossed in. The weaker you are, the safer the crossing. Fair. Hurry, contain the soul, we'll study it back home. Contain the soul. Study it. My eyes flicked cold. I rounded the corner. 2 mages, robes and pointed hats and staffs, and their robes shimmered like scattered starlight, flickering in and out, genuinely pretty. And for some reason my brain served up the name from Zhang's father's video. Myriad Star Tower. I murmured it, then swallowed it, and let the murder rise in my eyes. Who? One snapped, spinning, catching sight of me, surprised to be caught but fast. Zhao whipped his staff. A crimson circle bloomed, and a basketball of orange fire came screaming at me. Fast. To me, a little slow. I tilted my head and let the fireball graze my ear, then stepped in like a cannon shot, death dragon arm already formed, and tore forward. Rending claw. Zhao slammed both hands on his staff and threw up an earth-yellow barrier just in time. My claw hit it, and cracks spidered instantly. How is this possible? He gasped. Nothing's impossible, buddy. I poured more in. Boom! The barrier shattered, the claw came down, and he went flying with a bloody gash across him, screaming. Damn it, Kalen, stop. Deal with this one or we all die. And behind me, I know without you telling me, die, you bastard. The second mage. I turned, a fat wind blade already coming, and I raked one claw through the air and tore it in half. Then I ignored him completely and charged the wounded one, because you kill the cripple first. No, no! He shrieked, waving his staff. Kalen, save me! Same earth-yellow barrier. Zhao can't save you, I said, and he's going down right after. Rending claw. The barrier tore like the last one, and then the claw kept going, opening him from face to chest. One notch harder, and he'd have come apart in 3. Zhao hit the ground dead, eyes wide. Varkos, the last one howled, grief and rage. Zhao brandished his staff and a snow-white circle condensed, and out of it came a thick, icy dragon head, roaring, freezing the air as it charged. I raised an eyebrow, then I saw how pale he'd gone casting it, and understood. An ultimate move. That's why the aura's so big. But that's all it is. I breathed out, my claw glinting, and I did not dodge. I got excited. I stepped straight into it. Deathclaw met Ice Dragon. The 2 breaths collided, a shockwave rolled out, and for one uncanny second, we were dead even. Damn it, the mage whispered, whiter than before. He'd bet the tank on that and only tied. Zhao took one long look at my face to memorize it and ran. Running? Not a chance. My eyes went vicious. Roll! I roared, and the death aura erupted. The ice dragon cracked, click, click, and I smashed the rest of it to powder and shot after him like a round out of a barrel. No mage alive matches my speed. Caught him in a few breaths. Zhao spun and flung an ice spike. Roll, I said cold, and the claw shattered it. Closed the gap again. Terror all over his face now. No, don't kill me, and Myriad Star Tower won't let you live. So it really is Myriad Star Tower, I murmured. Then I smiled. Whatever. Let them come. I already poked one blood sect. I don't mind poking a tower too. His magic was empty. He swung the staff like a stick. It snapped on contact, and my claw went through his chest and tore it wide. Flesh, bone, all of it. Corpse on the ground before he finished dying. The alley went quiet. And now I called it in. I discovered an otherworld mage in Alley 3 off Earthvein Road, said he was Myriad Star Tower, already handled it, come quick, and hung up. Then I squatted and started patting the bodies down, because I hadn't called the cops first for exactly this reason. The good stuff. Call them early and they'd show up the second the mage dropped, and I'd walk away with nothing. The robes were something, special material, tough, gave the mages basic fire and cold resistance. Useless as armor against me, but clearly not cheap. Not what I wanted, though. What I wanted was the little brocade pouch my mind's eye found on the corpse, and the second I touched it, I grinned. A spatial bag. Stuffed. Mostly books, but among them, materials. White bone grass, burial flower, death materials, both. My eyes lit up, and 2 bottles of potion, which my gremlin cheerfully appraised. Otherworld herb potions that boost mental with no side effects. Smaller boost for you since you're not a mage, but still a treasure. There really is good stuff here, I laughed. And there'd been a third mage earlier, the one who fled the fight and died on the road, with a bag of his own I'd already collected. 2 spatial bags in one night. Not a bad walk home. Footsteps at the alley mouth. Fast, I muttered, and swept the last bag into my ring and turned around just as a group in uniforms came in. Government office. The one in front, dark-skinned and built like a wall, strode over, eyes sweeping the alley before landing on me and then on my face, and his surprise doubled at how young I looked. You killed both these mages? Yeah, I nodded. Tisk, 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 he clicked his tongue. Little guy, you've got some skills. If I'm reading this right, they're only tier 1, but there's 2 of them, and a drawn-out fight with 2 casters gets ugly fast. How'd you handle it? First you do this, I gestured, then that, and it's solved. His face darkened at the gestures. Speak human language. Oh, in short, I'm stronger, so I won and killed them. Any problem with that? No problem. That's just correct. The big man seemed decent enough about it, but something in his eyes said he was recalculating me. All right, he said. You'll need to come make a statement. Okay. Routine questioning, no objections. I went with them. The bodies came too. 10 at night, I walked back out of the yamen next to the wall-shaped man, whose name was Du Feng, and he was patting my shoulder like a proud uncle. Good kid. You've really got it. Get into a Sweeve University, then go fight on the Rift battlefield. Ah, yeah. I smiled and nodded, having no idea what a Rift battlefield was. I said goodbye and left, and Du Feng watched me go, smacked his lips, ran back through everything he'd learned about me, and his eyes lit up. Dragon Claw talent, powerful, and this one's evolved. And that aura, ultimate evolution, has to be. Something's a little off, though. Wonder if he maxed strength or speed first. Then he grinned, pulled out his phone, and called a friend. Ha ha, Lao Jiao. You're one of Diwen City's special recruit scouts this year, aren't you? Relax. My son's not even exam age. I'm not calling for a favor, I'm giving you one. A kid with absolutely top-tier potential. Want him? Remember you said that. You owe me. I'll send the file. Worth it. Trust me. Zhao hung up, delighted. This entrance exam's going to be interesting. And there it is. I fought 2 mages in an alley, and the reward wasn't just loot. It was a scout with government pull deciding I was his personal lottery ticket. Networking. I did it by accident. Over corpses. Home, door shut, and I bolted to my room and dumped both spatial bags out on the bed to inventory the hall. And the more I looked, the more I grinned. Hiss. Every novel I read before all this said mages were rich, and turns out they weren't lying. 1 tier 1 caster carrying this much. What's this, a spellbook? Records magic? Useless to a talent user. Next. Meditation. I opened it, curious, because meditation's a mage method for boosting mental. Tried it. Frowned. That same sour, astringent ache from the visualization scroll, immediate and obvious, like my body was flatly refusing. Weird. I don't know why this keeps happening. When I get the chance, I'll ask Uncle Chen. And I shelved it. Remember the ache. I keep saying that. The shelf is groaning. The rest of the hall, pretty patterned gold coins, probably otherworld currency, still meltable and useful here. Piles of materials. 2 mental potions, 1 body enhancement potion. And then, the ones that made me nearly shout and wake the neighbors. A drop of life-giving water. 1 abundant fruit. A branch of the tree of life. Holy crap, I made it! Because life materials are exactly what I'd been missing. This one night of alley murder handed me every last material I needed to activate the Death Dragon Arm's hidden trait. Are otherworlders all this loaded? I actually caught myself wondering seriously whether I should just start killing every foreign life form I ever meet, purely as a business model. Then I calmed down. This was luck. You don't get to farm invaders like a vending machine, usually. I took a breath and stopped babbling, drank 1 mental potion, cool rushed through me, up into the mind, spreading through the spirit. As expected of mage work, I could feel mental climb. Reached for the 2nd bottle and my gremlin coughed. To avoid a mental blockage, wait 2 days before the 2nd one. Mental blockage. Huh. No wonder I keep getting that strange feeling. I patted my head, put it down, and drank the body enhancement potion instead. No warnings on that one. A furnace lit inside me and spread through every limb and bone. That addictive surge, come and gone fast. I clenched a fist, heard the air rip, and checked. Body 175, force 173, agility 175, mental 170. Out of 500, all of it, in a night. Shame there's no one to test my strongest hit on. Then I mixed the activation potion from my new life and death materials, shifted my arm to the Death Dragon Arm, and set it soaking, black mist churning, something quietly changing. 2 more days to finish. Now let me take you across the city to a family having a worse night than they realize. In the Zhang Hall, Zhang Feng was snarling at his father. "Dad, give me more men, that guy isn't dead, I have to be sure." Zhao never expected me to walk out of the realm alive, and Scarface had vanished, and he knew exactly what that meant, and it made him angrier. An orphan. Dared to cross me, still breathing. The men I sent were Tier 2, and that scarred waste couldn't even finish a Tier 1. His father, Zhang Yong, looked up, calm and cold. "Are you sure your classmate's an orphan?" "Yes, Dad, I don't get that wrong. He's a nobody with no connections." Then Zhang Yong murmured, "Your classmate might actually be a genius." "So what if he's a genius?" Zhang Feng spat. "If he doesn't grow up, he's an ant." And here's the thing about the father. Zhao knew his son. Knew from the start this whole hit was about a rich boy's wounded ego. Didn't care. The boy inherits the family. Let him play his little games before he grows up. But Li Qiang not dying surprised even him. And surprise turned to something colder. Not to avenge his son's pride, he had no interest in children's games. Everything Zhang Yong did was for the Zhang family. A genius orphan, no father, no mother, no backing, is zero threat. But that same orphan was getting close to Chen Guang, which blocked his son's pursuit of a strong family marriage. And that mattered. "Fine," Zhang Yong said, calm. "I'll handle Li Qiang. Your only job is to land Chen Guang. And the exam's coming. Get into a good school. Don't embarrass this family. Go." Zhang Feng lit up, patted his chest, promised, and left, already picturing me dead at home while he walked into school to hear the sad news. Confident. That's the family trait. But he barely cleared the room before another figure walked in, and Zhang Yong's face tightened, then eased. "What is it?" "2 people died." "Dead?" "Right. What are you doing about it?" "Investigate. Myriad Star Towers people shouldn't die for nothing, and find who killed them before it traces back to your house." Zhang Yong nodded, then asked, "And the plan?" The visitor smiled, confident. "Almost done. Just needs a little soul, but your needs won't be a problem. And by the way, sure you won't become a proper mage? Your talent's good, and honestly, no matter how much a talent user evolves, They're just a specimen on Lord Truth's dissection table. Is that so? Zhang Yong sneered. Because I heard a talent user tore a truth apart in the last realm war. The visitor went quiet, then grinned. Suit yourself. Just don't regret it. I won't. So, file all of that. Lord Truth, realm war, a conspiracy soaking somebody's soul in the Zhang basement. The rich merchant with no talent is playing a much bigger, much darker game than his idiot son knows. And the idiot son, meanwhile, left his father glowing with confidence. Heh, Li Qiang, let's see you survive this, and decided the correct way to celebrate my impending death was a midnight trip to the pleasure house. Young master, the driver hedged, the master doesn't like you going out this late. Am I the young master, or are you? Get the car. The car pulled out of the manor with Zhang Fong in the back, completely unaware that two figures were watching it from the dark. A man and a woman, blood-red robes, reeking of blood so thick anyone nearby would have gagged. The woman, straw in a monster's severed head, took a long sip, shivered with joy, and asked softly, "Shall we move?" The man didn't answer. Zhao handed her two photos. She looked confused. Zhao explained, "One photo's Zhang Fong, the man the priest ordered us to kill. The other's the man in that car, the only person in this city named Zhang Fong. And here it is. Here is the check I wrote in a cult basement, coming due. 2 men, 1 name." The woman stretched, chuckled. "So what? Go ask the high priest which one." "Ha! I don't want his wrath." "Right," she purred. "Then, since they're both named Zhang Fong, let's just kill them both. I'd love to taste how sweet someone who dares offend the high priest really is." She licked her lips, and the air around her dropped a dozen degrees. The man went quiet, then nodded. "Then so be it. I gave a murder cult a fake name to protect myself, and the cult solution was elegant beyond my dreams. Kill every Zhang Fong in the city, real and imaginary, just to be safe. I couldn't have planned that. I'm not sure I'd have dared." Next morning, I yawned awake, washed up, ordered delivery, refreshed the arm soak potion, ate, and drilled combat arts. When I got tired, I checked my phone and froze. Homeroom teacher. Last night, Zhang Fong was attacked by an unknown assailant, seriously injured, hospitalized. Let this be a warning. Don't wander at night. Being a talent user doesn't make you untouchable. Huang Bo. Holy crap, you can get attacked in the city. Shu Fen. Oh. Chen Guang. Understood, teacher. Yang Zhou. The exam's soon and he's badly hurt. Might not even be able to sit it. So sad. Teacher. Should be fine. We have talent user healers. Injuries aren't as hard to fix as you'd think. Which really means it comes down to money, and the Zhang family doesn't lack money. But Zhang Fong was perfectly fine. How'd he suddenly get jumped? I stroked my chin and my eyes lit up. The blood sect? Tsk, bet it was. That fast? Ruthless. Guess I stay careful a few days. Though not much of a cult, is it, if they couldn't even finish him? I did not know the truth, which is so much funnier than my guess. They'd found the wrong Zhang Fong first, and were now planning to work through the whole list. I stepped outside and looked around, and sure enough, the streets were thick with extra patrols after the attack, which honestly made me feel safer. Back inside, I settled down and kept cultivating, because the exam was close, and the best thing I could do with the days was weld combat arts into my bones. Get into a good school, see a wider world. I was genuinely looking forward to it. As for Zhang Fong, I sneered and forgot him. Plenty of chances ahead. Time flew. A week before the exam, as agreed, I had to show up at school. Early morning, breakfast, out the door yawning. These past days have been quiet. Nobody from the blood sects touched me. Maybe they don't even know I exist. Whatever. Too lazy to dwell. I'd made real progress, too. Body 191, force 195, agility 194, mental 221. My mental was now my highest stat, thanks to the potions. Talent, death dragon arm. Traits, armor piercing, dragon muscle, and, newly awake, life steal. Skills, rending claw at mastery, plus combat arts. The hidden trait had activated, life steal. As I am now, I can swat an ordinary tier 2 easily. Open up with dragon muscle and rending claw, and I can trade with a tier 3, and a weak tier 3 I just delete. And I still hadn't picked a second talent. I was, quietly, a monster wearing a high schooler. I reached the school gate without noticing and walked into a classroom holding a scatter of early students, all talent users. Heads turned, some amused, some sneering, some curious, some glad. Because to most of them, I'm still the Dragon Claw kid with no future, and looking down on me feels good. The glad ones were exactly two, Chen Guang and Su Fen. Li Qiang, over here. Chen Guang waved, patting the seat beside her. And someone's face went dark on cue, Zhang Feng, glaring, then looking away, breathing through his own murder. Damn it, he cursed inside. If he hadn't been jumped, his father wouldn't have burned all his focus on those two who'd come to kill him, and I might already be dead. Then the memory of two blood-red figures surfaced, and he actually shivered. Humph! What would I go over there for? Shu Fun snorted, and waved me to her side instead. And a third face turned to me with murder in it. Huang Bo. Before I'd arrived, he'd tried talking to Shu Fen several times and gotten a get lost each round. And the second I walked in, she bloomed like a flower, radiant, and none of it was for him. Zhao nearly lost his mind with envy. Both prettiest girls in 2 classes, into the Dragon Claw nobody. It broke people's brains. I pouted and, invited by both, walked to a completely different empty seat and sat by myself, because sitting with one offends the other, and I don't do effort for no reward. Didn't work. 2 fragrant breezes drifted over, and Chen Guang and Shu Fen sat down on either side of me, boxing me in, doubling every ounce of hatred aimed at my back. What have you been up to these days? Chen Guang asked, glaring at Shu Fen first. Shu Fen leaned in, curious. What else? I shrugged. Training. It's nothing. Ask them again in an hour whether it was nothing, because the exam scouts weren't the only ones who'd come to this school looking for me. Training, some kid sneered nearby. What's the point of training? His talent's a dead end, no evolution. If it were me, I'd have quit ages ago. That was Li Chen, scoffing at me while his eyes crawled over the 2 girls flanking me, jealousy leaking out the sides. That's the real reason he opened his mouth. Obvious loser, no future, so why do the school beauties like him? I looked up. Zhao didn't flinch. What, am I wrong? I crossed my arms. You're a bit loud, I said. Zhao frowned, grinned, opened his mouth for round 2, and I was gone. Swish. When I reappeared, I was standing right in front of him, calm, close enough that he shivered before he caught himself. What do you want? He sneered. Just to keep you quiet, I smiled, and I raised my right hand. Snap! A bright red handprint bloomed across his face, and the slap cracked through the classroom, and everyone froze, Li Chen included. When it landed for him, it landed mostly as shame, slapped in front of everyone by a good-for-nothing. Killing intent flared up in him. He even started to activate his talent. If you want to die, I said cold, I can arrange it, and my eyes did the rest. Because here's the thing about me now. I've killed a lot of people in that realm, and a lot of monsters, and it leaves a residue. Usually, you can't feel it. When I actually want someone dead, it comes off me in a wave. Li Chen felt that wave. Zhao was a kid who'd been to the realm once, briefly, and humiliated or not, he could not make his body pick a fight with mine. Zhao looked away. I withdrew it, turned, and walked back to my seat. So handsome, Shu Fen breathed, eyes sparkling. Won't the teacher scold us? Chen Guang frowned. No, I said, shaking my head. Don't forget, we're talent users. Feuds between talent users don't get solved with words, and honestly, not even with fists. This world runs on one law, strength on top. That's why I don't sit and absorb some loser's monologue. If you've got the power, why not use it to shut the room up? And look how well it works. One slap, and every student who'd been eyeing me with contempt suddenly found somewhere else to look. Chen Guang nodded, thoughtful. That's the lesson she's actually here to learn. Footsteps. The homeroom teacher came in, took the podium, and announced that with the exam close, the school was running a week of combat training with an assigned talent user instructor. Follow me to Field 2, that's your ground now. We filed out, and Field 2 had a figure already standing on it, radiating iron and blood. Military, I muttered. The teacher smiled. Instructor Liu, they're yours now. The instructor, a man of few words, nodded, and the teacher left visibly relieved, the way you leave a difficult class with someone scarier than you. Then Instructor Liu looked us over and barked, Attention! And an evil aura erupted off him, the kind that says, this man has ended a lot of lives. And half the students went pale and snapped straight. His gaze swept the line and caught on me. A flicker of surprise, then a satisfied nod. From now on, I'm your instructor, he said. I have one job, teach you to fight, and build each of you the right training method. But first, I need to gauge your talents and real strength. So I'll pick one of you to fight the rest. Any volunteers? Everyone studied their shoes. Zhao wasn't surprised. A smirk crept up. Since nobody's brave, I'll just have to gamble. You. It's you! And he pointed straight at me. I touched my nose, helpless, and walked up. Name? Li Qiang. Li Qiang, very good. Zhao patted my shoulder and told the room, each of you fights him once. Beat him, you move on. Lose, next person's up. Who's first? So he'd already made me, figured out roughly what I was on sight. I hadn't expected the fight everyone version, though, and I was mid-thought about whether to win one and then throw a match to stay hidden when someone jumped in. I'll go. Huangbo. The instructor waved him up. Zhao rubbed his fists and walked at me slow, anger in his eyes that I couldn't place, until he brushed past and murmured it, soft, meant only for me. Lose later and get out. Stop hanging around Shu Fen like a mangy dog. Ah! My gaze cleared right up, and a cold little smile found my mouth on its own. We faced off. The room cleared. The instructor stepped between us and said, begin. Huangbo didn't hesitate. Speed talent, activated, and he blurred in front of me and threw a punch at my cheek with a full-power air shriek. No mercy. A hit a normal person wouldn't even see coming. I sidestepped. His fist skimmed past my eye. Then I brought my right leg around in a whip kick straight into his gut, and even without touching my talent, my raw stats are absurd. Bang! Zhao went off like a kite with a cut string, spat blood, hit the ground hard, tried a few times to get up, couldn't. Calm, I spoke for the instructor. Continue. Next. Ha, you little rascal, the instructor laughed and waved the next up, stroking his chin, muttering. Interesting kid. Short time since awakening and already tier 2. Thought he was a show-off, but that kick had no talent in it, and that faint aura, I'm fairly sure that's ultimate evolution. Wonder what his talent even is, that he cracked the traits so easily. Zhao just arrived. The college hadn't sent student files yet. Zhao was reading me raw. Huangbo dropped in one hit, and the room went wide-eyed, but on orders they kept coming. Hee, I'll be your opponent, Shu Fen grinned, walking up. I raised an eyebrow, said nothing. She breathed, set her stance, careful, and threw her hand out, and the dust and grit on the ground spun up into a whirlwind and rushed me. Spin talent, burns, mental, rotates anything. I didn't stand there and eat it. I stepped and my speed left the dust storm grabbing at empty air. I closed on her. She waved up a wind wall barrier. I frowned, smiled, cut angle, burst harder, and punched from the side. Bang! She flew, but I pulled it. No blood, nothing like Huangbo. We surrender, can't win, she said, hand up the second she stood, no sulking. Next, Chen Guang, who didn't even bother, instructor, healing light talent. I'll switch out. Fine. Next. And that was the pattern. Nobody could touch me. The stat gap was a canyon. Wow, he's strong. Please, it's Dragon Claw. First tier Dragon Claw's already strong. Humph. It's only first tier. Right. Once we all hit tier 2 and get a second talent, where's he? First tier forever, probably. Let him show off now. He won't get many more chances. Sour little chorus from the back, the way people talk when they've just been crushed in front of everyone and can't take it. Shu Fen crossed her arms and skewered them. If you're so capable, say it to his face. Whispering behind his back, you're more of a gossiping little woman than I am. The guy's face darkened, his mouth twitched, and he shut it. Because going to say it to my face is a thing only a fool does, and fools who do it get slapped. I didn't even notice. I was looking at Zhang Fang. His turn. Humph. Get ready to be knocked down, Li Qiang. Zhao looked grim. Honestly, I smiled. You're not good enough for me. Zhao snorted, said nothing, just savored the thought of me dying at his father's hands soon, and grinned coldly. Then he stepped, his right arm went to stone, and he threw a real punch. And to be fair, the boy's not weak. Rich family, a little heaven and earth treasure in him. decent stats, and the stone arm on top made it a genuinely heavy hit. I didn't change expression. I clenched my right fist and punched. Roll. Snap. A scream tore out of him, and he went flying and hit the dirt, clutching his arm, groaning. Done. The instructor waved 2 students to haul him to the infirmary, then looked at me. Little far, that. You broke his hand bone. Can't be helped, I shrugged. Little personal grudge. Zhao nodded and let it go, because they were never going to punish me. Like I said, strength on top. Break a student, don't kill him, no real problem, and strong students get more leeway, not less, because strong means potential. That's the whole moral code, and it fits on a business card. The contest wrapped fast. Zhao lined us up and finally spoke. Not bad. I've got a read on your talents and your strength. Next, I build your training plans. Starting now, everyone except Li Qiang, 100 laps, 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, go home when you finish. Real training tomorrow. As for Li Qiang, come with me. I had no idea why. I followed him off Field 2 to the empty, weedy Field 3, where he turned around, dead serious. Come on, you and me, next. Ha, I said, blank. Zhao was not good at patience. What's the shock? You think I'm blind? You weren't using half your strength out there. How am I supposed to build your plan if you won't go all out? And those students were never going to make you show it, so it has to be me. Ah! I scratched my head and gave him the awkward, polite grin. Stop grinning like an idiot and hurry up, he snapped, a faint aura rising off him. I felt it, and my face went serious too. Understood. I exhaled, set my stance, whole body tight. Zhao grinned, hungry for it. Come on, kid. Show me how strong you really are. And what your talent is. You'd better show me. Yeah, I said, and moved. Whoosh! In a blink, I was on him, claw already swinging, black light flaring as the death dragon arm came out without anyone seeing me summon it. Jet black scales, exploding air, a hit that looked wrong just standing next to it. Good timing, he laughed, unafraid, and punched to meet me, and his fist turned to diamond, shining in the sun. Fist and claw met, force detonated, and I was the one who flew, 3 or 4 meters back before I caught my feet, face grim. This instructor's tough. Makes sense, a soft one doesn't get the job. I grinned, bent low like a cheetah, eyes like an eagle that just spotted lunch. Whoosh! Out again. Rending claw. Black light, death in the air, 3 black streaks tearing in. His face didn't move, but his eyes locked on my death dragon arm like it was familiar. What kind of talent is this? No time to think, my hit landed, diamond fist against it, rumble, another collision, dust everywhere, and his expression finally cracked. This rending claw, is it proficiency level? Right, I nodded. Hiss. Zhao sucked in a breath and looked at me like I was a zoo exhibit, and still, without a beat of hesitation, poured in more power and blasted me back again. Your evolved talents tier 2 and your rending claws at mastery. How the hell did you do that? He demanded, actually swearing. Because a regular person can reach this, sure. It's the time. How long since my talent even surfaced? And my evolution realized wasn't a plain trait activation evolution. It was clearly extreme evolution. And from my clothes, I'm obviously not rich. It didn't add up. Isn't this something anyone can do? I asked back, and nearly made him lose it entirely. Then admiration took over. Come on, all of it. And what is your talent? Dragon Claw, I said. What the heck? I grinned, said nothing, and came in again, body blurring, one claw tearing open with everything unleashed. Dragon Claw? The one I know? How is that possible? But his hand stayed fast. Fist met claw, scales kissed diamond, sparks flew, chi burst, each impact a drumbeat, and with every exchange, his shock climbed higher. Your traits, he asked flat. I knew what he meant and nodded. Evolved traits, activated. So that's how. And then he threw his hand up. Wait a minute. Stop. Eyes huge. You mean after your talent evolved, you activated the evolved traits too? Yeah, I said matter of fact. Problem? That's a huge problem, he breathed. Monster. Absolute monster. Because here's what the instructor knew that the kids didn't. Dragon Claw Awakeners are rare but not unheard of, and every one of them, poor as they always are, is monstrous among their peers. A few even crack the second trait. But every single one falls short at the finish line. They can't evolve. And not evolving means slowly falling behind everyone your age, which means you can't afford materials. And even if you scrape them together, one failed evolution potion can damage your origin talent and lock evolution away forever. Because evolution potions don't come with a guarantee. The whole formula is discovered through repeated, expensive, dangerous attempts. For an ordinary person, walking away from one or two failures with your origin intact is already lucky. Dragonclaw kids don't even attempt evolution until university. And here's this one, not exam age yet, who's already activated every trait, hit extreme evolution, activated the evolved traits, and ground rending claw to mastery in his spare time. If that's not a monster, what is? Zhao took a long breath, forced the shock down, and looked at me calm. You're something else. Coach, I asked, are we not fighting anymore? No need, he chuckled, shaking his head. No wonder you weren't using your talent earlier. You've got a hell of a trump card. You'll make a splash at the entrance exam. Trump card. No. Ask him again after the exam whether trump card was anywhere near a big enough word. I just didn't feel like turning on my talent for them. I scratched my head and left the rest unsaid. Fine, he said. I've got enough to build your plan. Head back and don't skip what the others are doing. You do it too. I won't, I said, and walked off. And behind me, the instructor stroked his chin, smiling, that flicker of shock still in his eyes. Monster. Figured out his evolution direction and his traits in no time, means he's a natural at this. Every college is going to be clawing for this kid at the exam. Zhao remembered something a university captain told him back in the army. Some awakeners get no evolution direction at all, and figure it out anyway and keep evolving. Those are the natural-born talent users, the kind that become realm lords. Wonder if this one climbs that high. And if he does, he grinned, I get to brag I was his instructor for the rest of my life. Then he shook his head and left. File that word too, realm lord. Next day, field 2. Everyone but me. Spar a partner an hour, no talents, 5-minute break, 100 laps, 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups. And Li Qiang, come with me. Off to the empty field again, and here he actually taught me something. You're still a high schooler, not college, so I won't overload you, just the basics. First, sparring. A spar, I said, doubtful. Don't underestimate basics, he said. Sparring isn't just combat experience, it's reaction speed, and reaction speed is survival. The running and push-ups are for raw physical stats, same as they'd work on a normal person. But a talent user does it with a breathing method for real results. And I caught 3 words on that sentence. Breathing method? Yeah, he said, and here's where the mystery I'd been shelving for weeks finally cracked open. Zhao explained, breathing methods come from cultivation methods that fell into the realms from other worlds. You take a foreign method and improve it into something that fits a talent user, fits you. Zhao knew I was lost and kept going. You won't even meet a breathing method until university, where professors take students like old masters took apprentices. And what they pass down is their unique breathing method, or visualization method, or skills. And it hit me. That's it. That's the sour ache. The visualization scroll and the mage's meditation both burned because they weren't adapted. Not adapted to talent users, and definitely not adapted to me. I'd been forcing a stranger's shoes onto my soul and wondering why my feet hurt. Remember every time I shelved that ache? This is the shelf breaking, and the answer was, you're doing it wrong the whole time. Zhao couldn't teach me his own military secret, but after we sparred, he'd teach me one thing that could be passed down. Ancient yoga. Yoga, I said, eyes lighting up. For a talent user with no breathing method, he said, an ancient yoga-derived method is the best training there is. Just a few poses, but brutal to hold. So we sparred first, no talent, pure body, and here, for once, I got worked. Zhao was military, buried in real experience, and he ran me over the whole match. But not for nothing. I bled combat experience out of it, welded it onto the combat arts I'd memorized, and started finding a fighting style that was actually mine. Reaction speed climbing the whole time. Small gains are gains. Then the yoga. 4 poses, basic, but each one had a strange gravity to it and was murder to hold. 1 minute into the first pose, I was pouring sweat with a sharp pain crawling around inside me, and I lasted 3 minutes total. Not bad, standard form. Do this daily, he said, satisfied. Rest 10 minutes between sets. I'll go check the others. And he left, not noticing the little glint in my eye. Because the second he was gone, I rested, reset the pose, looked down at my own body, and asked my gremlin. And it delivered. A specific posture makes your organs resonate and boosts your body, but there's actually a better way for you. Move the right hand 2 centimeters left, maybe? Oh, and push harder off the balls of both feet. Raise your forehead higher. I nearly fell over. It optimizes ancient yoga, which means if I ever find a visualization or breathing method that suits me, my gremlin can custom fit it to me exactly. Why didn't I think to try this on the visualization scroll before I spent hours souring my own guts? I yanked the scroll out to check, and my face fell. Stop looking, the gremlin said. No matter how you modify it, it will never suit you. Well, okay. Some shoes just aren't your size. Even the basic yoga worked, though. A day in, and I could feel my physique tick up. Barely, but up, on day 1, on the beginner version. Pair the real stuff with a matching breathing method, and the gains would be terrifying. Now I understood how high-level talent users climb so fast. The school day ended, and I walked home with my backpack, muttering. Shame I have to train these days and can't hit the realm. I wouldn't be this broke otherwise. And I was broke. Life was good, but Rending Claw needed materials to rank up, and materials cost money, and money I did not currently have. No realm until after the exam. Forget it. I heard colleges are stuffed with their own secret realms. So making money and grabbing materials gets easy once I'm in. I started dinner, and then, knock, knock, knock. My eyes narrowed in genuine confusion. Someone came to my house? I'm an orphan with basically no friends and a lifetime of eating alone. Chen Guang? Shu Fen? I opened the door and blinked. It's you. Huh, Li Chang knows me? No, I saw you once at Zhu Xianju. Right, he realized. One of the admissions group from that night. Hello, I'm Zhao Chen, from Wuku Academy in the capital. I stepped aside and let him in. What can I do for you, Teacher Xia? Zhao surveyed my very humble room, sat, and got to it. You know why I'm in Diwen City. Recruiting? Right. And to be honest, of every student in this city, you're the one I value most. I raised an eyebrow, then understood. So you came to lock me in early. Basically, he said. I know your talent. First stage Dragon Claw was already strong. So evolved, it stays strong. And before coming here, I went to your school and asked around. And honestly, what I heard shocked me. Zhao'd gone to interview the instructors, something no scout does. They wait until after the exam. Zhao couldn't wait. A poor orphan outperforming prodigies. That kind of talent has to go to Wuku. Wuku Academy's a top university, he said, consistently top-ranked. Teachers with every kind of talent. 5 different secret realms on campus. Interested? I didn't refuse. But I didn't jump either. I stroked my chin and asked the only question I ever ask. Honestly, I don't care which university. I just want to know what I get by going. Zhao answered instantly, which is how you know it's a real offer. Wuku has the richest stock of materials, resources, and martial skills. Come to us and you walk in and pick any of them. Any teacher will take you as a student, and with your talent, that's trivial. Plus a scholarship, 1 million, and more perks we'd discuss in detail. What do you think? Tsk. What do I think? I'm extremely tempted, but you never say yes to the first offer, so I pretended to weigh it. Can I think about it? Of course, he smiled, standing, but I hope you choose Wuku in the end. It's the best fit for you, believe me. And he left, careful not to disturb my dinner. I sat there thinking, Wuku. I almost said yes on reflex, but I'll wait until after the exam, no rush. And I finished cooking, ate, and drilled ancient yoga into the night. Time slid by, and the exam was suddenly a day out, and only then did the homeroom teacher lay out the details. Talent user exams have a written portion and a martial portion, and you can guess which one matters. The martial exam runs a week, inside a big pre-cleared secret realm. You kill monsters and find special items for points. More points, better result. And after the martial exam, there's an aptitude and skills test that matters just as much, so don't blow yourself out. Rest, prep for the finish. The exam's not in Diwen City, so be at school early tomorrow. We teleport you in, don't be late. Class dismissed. I sat in the back row window seat, the so-called protagonist's corner, watched the sunset, and smiled. The exam. Finally. Written test, martial test, one more test. And a secret realm. Tk. A realm's a good place to kill someone. Next morning, I ate early and went straight to school, where the students had already gathered on Field 1, while the regular kids still stuck in class stared out the windows with open envy. Li Qiang, hurry, you're so slow, Chen Guang and Su Fen in stereo, and two boys glared daggers at the sound. It's 7:30, I said, shaking my head. I'm plenty early. Everyone else is here. You're last. How's that early? Chen Guang rolled her eyes, Su Fen nodding along. I just shrugged. Then the teacher spoke. Get ready. Someone's here to teleport you. And a middle-aged man stepped out with a gentle smile. Teleportation. A really strong talent, Su Fen whispered in my ear. It's fine, I whispered back. But a formation talent would be the really scary one. Formation users build arrays out of materials. Rare needs real knowledge. And there's a barrier talent that's similar. This world has far too many strange and wonderful talents. The ones we know are maybe a tenth of what's out there. The man raised his right hand. A blinding blue light shot up and spread into a giant formation over all of us, teachers included. And then came the realm entry dizziness, stomach rolling, nausea slamming up into my skull, the urge to throw up, and I gritted through it. The world changed. Noise everywhere. I looked up, shocked. The exam realm. Wilderness all around. A secret realm entrance ahead, and students, many, many students, not just my school. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, and from certain spots I could feel powerful auras, heavy hitters posted to guard the exam. Kids from other cities' schools had gathered here too. Everyone got a smartwatch, score tracker obviously, and the rules came down. Martial exam, accumulate points. Kill monsters, grab special items placed by staff. Tier 1 monster, 10 points. Tier 2, 50. Tier 3, 500. Tier 4, 5,000 flat. Special items, 5,000 each. Nobody's soloing a Tier 4, I muttered, so the real points are those items. Right, said a teacher. Everyone knows the rules. Line up and enter. And my homeroom teacher leaned in close to us. If you meet inside, help each other, understand? Don't worry, teacher, the students chorused. I just watched the other school's kids, eyes flicking with surprise now and then, because I could feel a few genuinely strong auras mixed into that crowd. My turn came up. Meet me inside and you'd better not ignore me, Su Fen smiled. Why do you make me sound like a heartless man? I said, unhappy. If you want, I can. No, I can't, I pouted, and stepped into the realm. Buzz, a little dizziness, and when I opened my eyes, towering trees, an ancient forbidden forest so dense the sun couldn't reach the floor. No insects, no birds, just silence. This realm's on another level, was my first thought. The big pre-cleared one the teacher mentioned, which meant the strong monsters had been swept out. So, I wondered, eyes lighting up, what about the materials? If they didn't strip the materials too, then? A grin spread across my face. I pinged my gremlin, and it handed me a shopping list. Tier 4 magic horn rhino resting that way, change direction unless you want to die. Wow, lucky you, a goblin tribe here, weak, but they've got the bone dust and healing fruit you need. A ruin, empty. And here, two monsters fighting, and buried under their feet, a visualization method book. Excellent, bone dust for the death dragon arm, healing fruit for body of recovery, all in one weak goblin village. I locked the direction and ran. But I wasn't the only thing that teleported into this realm with a plan. Elsewhere inside, two students met eyes, slit their own wrists, splashed a blood-red formation onto the ground, laid out materials, and then, with fanatical eyes, drove daggers into their own throats and dropped, dead, feeding the array. The formation flared, and out of it rose two figures in blood-red robes, a man and a woman. Hee, those myriad Star Tower people, and the two students the priest marked, we can clean them all up in one trip. If it weren't for them, we'd have finished last time, the woman said. But it's fine. If not for them, we'd never have found that secret, would we? The blood sect had walked its assassin duo straight into the exam. And somewhere else, another student teleported in, waved a hand, and turned his clothes into a starry robe with a staff. A myriad Star Tower mage, cursing. Damned exam! I burned so much of my treasure to sneak in, this plan had better work. And outside the realm, in a tall building, a giant energy screen showed every examinee's status, and 3 figures stood in front of it radiating serious power. One sneered. Blood sect, myriad Star Tower, not bad. At least the bait's pulling in some fish. So the exam I'd been so excited for was also a net, and every dangerous faction hunting me had just climbed into the same box I was in. Ask me later whether a good place to kill someone was a prediction or an understatement. The Watchers weren't even hiding it. 2 powerful factions in the exam, one bystander frowned. If they really fight, examinees get wiped. Isn't this too far? The last one shook his head, deep-voiced. That's how we forge them. You know our situation. We need geniuses to step up, and the soft years left us with hothouse flowers. No promising talent in the recent batches. You don't grow steel without heat. We're talent users. We temper through trials, same as cultivators in other worlds. If this is too dangerous, what happens when they reach the Rift battlefield? They just die? Besides, we have safeguards. The other 2 nodded and went quiet, eyes on the screen. Everything in that realm was theirs to control, so the exam was a meat grinder with adult supervision. Comforting. For them. Meanwhile, I reached the goblin village, parted the bushes, and grimaced. That's a goblin? Disgusting. Short, green, ugly. Another otherworld race, one of many a big realm like this collects, and after one look I had their number. Weak. Most goblins don't even hit Tier 1, barely above a normal person. 2 of them, both Tier 1, no threat. I pounced like a cheetah, no talent needed, and one punch caved a green skull in with a wet bang and a spray of green blood that made me genuinely uncomfortable. Star, 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 the others screamed, brandishing weapons. I couldn't understand a word of goblin. Shut up, you're loud, I said, blurred over, and killed a second one. That did it. 30 of them swarmed me. Buzz. Death dragon arm out, death in the air, rending claw. One swing, a black claw of light, 4 of 5 goblins torn apart at once. The rest froze, cowards remembering they were cowards. Then 2 big goblins charged out of a tent, the tribe's champions, and their roar rallied the little ones back in. Didn't matter. They were wet paper. Rending claw tore a champion's spiked club in half and kept going through his skull, and I still had time to dodge the other one before killing it too. 10 minutes and 30 goblins later, the village was quiet. The ground was corpses, and I was the only thing standing without a scratch. Weak and disgusting, I frowned, and washed the green off my claw with ring water before I'd touch anything. Then I looted the tents and found it. 2 grams of white shimmering bone dust and 1 bright green fruit. Not bad, but short. I need 5 more grams of bone dust. Bagged it, left. My gremlin resumed the tour. Don't look. That magic horn rhino's still asleep. Go near it and you'll wake it. This way's great. Heavenly spirit fruit. A yin-heavy region with undead and ancient weapons over there. Heavenly spirit fruit and ancient weapons, my eyes lit up. The fruit's a heaven and earth treasure like a lesser enlightenment fruit. Eat it and, if your comprehension's good enough, it drops you into an epiphany. Not good enough, nothing happens. Shallow as treasures go, but still rare and precious. Tisk, my luck's obscene, and the ancient weapon's exactly what I need. I hit the fruit first. A rainbow-colored little sapling shaped like an autumn pear, so pretty it made your mouth water. And of course, the second I arrived, a giant python lunged out of nowhere to swallow me whole. There's always a guard dog next to the treasure. I laughed, caught its neck with the death dragon arm, and shoulder threw it into the dirt hard enough to dig a crater. Die. One fist and its head came apart. And in the mess, a purple highly venomous fang, a 2,000 yuan material set. Nothing to a rich man, real money to me. Pocketed it, picked the fruit. And before I could even look at the fruit, I frowned. Here we go again. What a nuisance. So could you please leave? I said, turning around. A figure walked up, an examinee from another city, tall and handsome, staring at my fruit with naked greed. Put it down and get lost and maybe I let you live, he threatened, drawing a katana that burst into flame, half his body wrapped in fire armor. Flame talent. Who gave you the courage, I wondered, honestly puzzled. The guy was tier 1, not even 2. You're courting death, he sneered, and swung a flaming strike. I raised my hand and the dragon claw just caught the blade mid-air, held it dead still, the fire not even scratching my scales. How is this possible? His eyes went wide. Why would it be possible for you, I thought, and flung the katana away with a clang, then turned my claw to a spear and drove it through his stomach before he could blink. Zhao went pale. I ripped it out and kicked him across the clearing. Terror, then begging, "No, don't kill me!" "Shouldn't you be ready to be killed before you go killing people?" I said flat and vanished. Reappeared beside him. "You want to kill me? Then you die too." "Die!" he screamed. One last desperate flame punch, and I waved the claw and his arm came off. Then 3 red gashes opened his throat, and he stared at me wide-eyed as the life left him. In here, there are no rules for talent users. Last one standing wins. Most people wouldn't. But if you come to kill me, I take the chance every time. Shake. No spatial bag. Poorer than me. I flicked the blood off and left, and I never even learned his name. His corpse would feed a monster, become dung, become dust. Tragic. Not tragic enough to slow me down. I found a huge ancient tree, carved a hollow with the claw, climbed in and took out the heavenly spirit fruit. If I can hit Epiphany, I can push Rending Claw's proficiency again, because skills are just skills, and if your comprehension's high enough, you can rank them up on understanding alone, no materials, which is exactly how I learned Rending Claw off a torn leaf in the first place. I swallowed the fruit whole, and a mysterious calm dropped over me, and on reflex I started swinging the claw. Rending Claw, tearing the air inside the hollow over and over, my understanding of it climbing fast. And outside on the screen, the 3 watchers clocked me and their eyes warmed. Decisive heart nature, good prospect. What talent is that? Unfamiliar. Not a recorded talent. Tier 2 already, probably a brand new one. We'll pull his file. And that thing he said, one added, before you kill someone, be ready to be killed, makes a lot of sense. Keep an eye on him. Congratulations to me. I got scouted by the exam's overlords for committing a murder with good manners. An hour later, I opened my eyes, grinning, summoned the arm, and swung, and the air didn't tear, it twisted and ripped, 3 black lights screaming out on a wave of death, and the whole ancient tree came apart from the inside and collapsed in a cloud of dust. Perfect level Rending Claw. The fruit had bumped me another rank, and now Rending Claw doubles my power flat. Stack that on my already monstrous stats, and Dragon Muscle's passive, and the burst is absurd. But I frowned at the ruined canopy. Just now I felt watched. Not sure, but something had eyes on me, on all the examinees, and I'd only caught it because Epiphany sharpened me. Nobody else noticed. Must be the officials. That was the only answer, and it was even the right one. I shook it off and left. I ran for the yin-heavy undead zone where the ancient weapon was. Through the forest, and then a place gone entirely black. Soil, buildings, even the sky above it drowned in darkness. Yin energy soaking everything, eerie as a nightmare. Rich in yin and full of undead, my gremlin noted, but little threat to you. Reassured, I stepped in, and click, the ground cracked and rows of pale skeletal arms crawled up. Skeleton soldiers, about 10. Calm, I transformed and swung the second they surfaced, 1 black claw light, and every skull shattered at once. Dead on arrival. Shame, all tier 1. This is an exam and I need points, so I actually want to bump into something strong. Which reminded me, points. I checked my watch, hit the button, and a leaderboard popped up. Everyone's score and rank live. Mine? 145th. Low. But fair, I hadn't been farm killing. I looked at the top. Zhao Yun of Defang City, 478. Sun Tao, Defang, 455. Then Earth City, Dwei, Zhou Kai. Top 5 neck and neck and shuffling constantly. 2 of the top 5 from Defang, the capital. No wonder. Scroll down and Defang held 5 of the top 10. Lives up to the name. I wasn't worried. Day 1. I found my target, a rusty spear jammed in the black soil, more of a flag spear, really, a tattered red flag hanging under its tip. And as I reached for it, the ground split. A black hand shot up and grabbed the spear first, and a figure hauled itself out, radiating real power. My eyes lit. Tier 3, a skeleton spearman in jet black armor. It roared, wreathed its flag spear in dark energy, and came at me like a drill. Good timing, I smiled. No fear, only appetite. Death dragon arm out, rending claw, and we met head-on. Rumble, huge chi burst, and snap! A gash opened across my scales, and my own blood welled out, and for 1 second I was genuinely surprised. Then I grinned. Not bad, but roll. Power erupted. I knocked the flag spear aside and staggered it back, then burst in on it before it recovered. It roared, tried to counter, too slow. My claw was already on its helmeted skull, everything I had poured into the strike. Rending claw. The helmet shattered, the claw tore through the skull, and the head came apart, its soul fire guttering out. And the gash on my arm, the one the spearman opened, was already closing before my eyes. I wasn't surprised. That's the hidden trait I activated. Life steal. Hit an enemy, drain their life, heal your own wounds. Nasty little thing in a real fight. I didn't dwell on it. I grabbed the flag spear out of the dead thing's hand and gave it a few swings. And with that ancient spear in one hand and a dragon arm on the other, I'll be honest, I looked incredible. Then I opened the leaderboard. Diwen City, Li Qiang. Points, 810. Number 1. Li Qiang of Diwen City, someone across the realm muttered. Never heard of him, and he's first? Impressive. From the score, he just soloed a Tier 3. Diwen's a small city, and this guy shows up killing Tier 3s, means ultimate evolution to Tier 2. Humph, a nobody. First for now. He'll hand me the seat later. Sit there while you can, another sneered. Sneers, surprise, delight, curiosity. The whole realm reacted to my name jumping to the top, and I, naturally, neither noticed nor cared. I was squatting by the spearman's corpse, digging through a wall of skulls until I found it. A soul bead, buried deep, worth around 10,000. Expensive, which made me very happy. I bagged it and got up to leave, and that's when the day decided one Tier 3 wasn't nearly enough excitement for me. Because I looked up, and a beam of white light shot into the sky out of nowhere, and my watch buzzed. First special item has appeared. Special items, huh? I hadn't expected them to announce themselves like a firework. Not too far, not too close. I'll take it. 5,000 points. Not a chance I skip it. Problem is, every examinee in the region saw the same flare and came sprinting, which meant one thing. A brawl was about to happen. I burst into a full-speed streak and about 2 hours later reached the spot, where 5 people were already locked in a standoff, and next to them, a bonus, a heaven and earth treasure. A red fruit, vermilion fruit, sign hanging off the tree. Eat one, big physical boost. The fruit's the garnish. The tagged item's the real prize. 5 sets of eyes swung to me, and one impatient boy just yelled it. Seriously, another one. Get lost if you don't want to die. Second-tier aura flaring. Another laughed. Brother, leave. This item's between us 5. Go before you lose your life. I looked them over, all Tier 2, none of them ultimate evolution, and smiled cold. No, you've got it backwards. I stepped forward. It's you who should get lost, not me. Understand? The first boy turned his murder on me. Courting death, I'll grant the wish. Zhao stepped and blurred, Godspeed, evolved speed talent, and appeared in my face throwing a full-force killing punch. I turned my head. It grazed my ear. How is that possible? His eyes went huge. Die, I said, and my dragon claw fist came down on his skull like a slam dunk, and his head split, and he dropped dead on the spot. Red and white sprayed across me till I looked like a demon, and the other 4 went white. Damn it, Fang Bo died like that? This guy's insanely strong. What do? I say we go together. And on that word, all 4 turned their murder on me at once. Fine by me, I cracked my neck and sneered. If you're ready to be killed, come on. Swish, I vanished, and one of them spun in panic, roll, transforming, skin going metallic, an Iron Man, just as I appeared behind him and punched. Boom! Zhao flew, spat blood, went deathly pale, and hit the ground far off and didn't move. "Attack together, stop wasting time," another shouted, and suddenly a pressure clamped down on my whole body and I could barely move. Telekinesis, I guessed, and the instant I was pinned, the last two came in from both sides, one with a wind-wrapped fist, one turned to a bolt of lightning, both all out to kill. "Roll," I grinned, and erupted, burst the psychic pin off me from the inside, and swung. Rending claw. Pfft! A scream. The wind fist tore apart and so did its owner, dead mid-shriek. Then I spun and put the death dragon arm in the lightning's path. Boom! The bolt landed on my arm, shattered a scale, blood welled, but there was no joy on the lightning user's face, only fear, because that was everything he had, and it barely cracked my paint. Zhao turned to run. Not a chance. "Die," I said, and Rending Claw took his head off his neck before he finished the thought. "Extreme evolution versus not extreme is a canyon," I murmured. "All of us tier 2, and the gap between us was practically tier 3 to tier 4. I turned toward the telekinesis boy, gone, slipped away during the fight. I had a hunch and let him run. Lucky him. Then I collected the tagged item and the vermilion fruit together, and the leaderboard added 5,000 more to my name, which I did not glance at because I was busy patting down 4 corpses. 4 rich kids, 4 spatial bags, and tisk, good stuff. Soul dust, 10 grams, one of the Death Dragon arm materials, off the list. Then a surprise. Blood Tai Sui, a blood-red little Ganoderma the size of a marble. And I didn't need it for the arm, but it's a body of recovery material. And here's where fate started leaning on me. Body of recovery needs blood Tai Sui, healing fruit, 10 drops of monster blood, and a sunflower. I already had the healing fruit and now the Tai Sui, and monster blood is nothing. 1 sunflower away from brewing the whole thing. I'd been putting off the second talent purely because I lacked materials. And now the materials were mugging me. Forget it. I'll decide when I actually find a sunflower. And I opened the last bag. And froze. Holy crap, they're really here. A tiny sunflower-shaped bloom, warm in the hand like standing in sunlight. I stared at it, helpless. Now I'm being forced to decide. I'd wanted to wait. The wait was over. If heaven has a will, this was heaven walking up and personally handing me body of recovery. Fine. Since we're this fated, body of recovery it is. Total loot from the 4. On top of all that, about 30 grand. Day 1. Very satisfied. I didn't keep exploring. Priorities. Eat the vermilion fruit, brew the potion, take the second talent. I found a cave, lit a fire, and ate the fruit. Crystal red, incredible smell, gone in 1 bite. It liquefied down my throat and merged into me, and then the heat came, whole body burning, blood boiling, the kind of pain that makes you shut your eyes and grind your teeth. 15 minutes and the red drained out of my skin and it faded. I opened my eyes, soaked in sweat, and checked. Body 261, force 264, agility 264, mental 240, out of 500. Big jump. A little more and my physical stats hit 300. Then I laid out all my materials, the talent stone included, and got to work. Crush the talent stone to powder. Crush the blood Tai Sui. Mix. My gremlin fed me the exact order, so no mistakes. Fiddly, but easy when you're not guessing. Soon I had a bottle of bright green potion, genuinely pretty. But it's for drinking, so I drank it. And immediately howled. My whole body flushed bright red, skin twisting like something underneath was rearranging me, and it felt like someone was pulling my bones and marrow out one at a time. First time taking a new talent and nobody warned me it'd feel like being unmade. I gritted through it, face red, veins bulging everywhere. 1 minute, 2, 5, 10. I thought it was going to kill me, thought I'd pass out. And then it ebbed, the red drained, and a little shimmer ran across my skin. "It's over," I gasped, drenched in cold sweat, clothes soaked. And then I felt the change and laughed flat on the cave floor. Getting the second talent bumped my stats too, even mental. Very nice. I checked the new talent's activation methods, and my gremlin, at its most gremlin, delivered 2 gems. 1. Keep hurting yourself, kid. Lots of self-harm activates the trait. 2. Want to be a big eater? Anything with blood-rich meat, eat all you want. The more you eat, the more it activates. Wonderful. My 2 paths to power are self-mutilation and competitive eating. My lip twitched. Then I made my peace with it, because honestly, easy is good. Simple activation means the talent's not strong yet, sure. But Body of Recovery was always meant to be my support, not my sword. And a support that levels by eating barbecue is a support I can actually train. Also, the absorption body evolution needs Void Stone, Bouncy Flower, more Tai Sui, a Heaven and Earth treasure, and 3 Sunrise Dewdrops. And that last one's a nightmare. Dew you can only harvest drop by drop at the exact moment of dawn, rare as anything. A problem for future me. I killed the notification, and then my stomach roared, because self-unmaking burns calories. Lucky me, my ring was full of meat. I roasted it with seasoning, and it was incredible. This activates Body of Recovery too, so I need to eat more monster meat. Guess I won't be sparing the corpses of anything I kill from now on. I tore through 10 pounds of meat and was barely full, because a talent user's appetite scales with power, and ordinary flesh can't keep up. Only blood-rich monster meat does. Hiccup. Trait still not active, guess I keep eating. But I've finished all my meat, so I'll have to go hunting. I rested until night crept in, put out the fire, and stepped out of the cave. And pinged my gremlin. Night's falling. The magic horn rhino's about to wake up hunting food, kid. Maybe reconsider your route. Yes, this way's good. Collapsed ruins, no great treasure, but a visualization method book that might actually suit you. Empty area over there, just wandering monsters. And then, the Blood Sect members are heading this direction. Best not approach, a bit dangerous. Blood Sect. My eyes went wide. How is the Blood Sect inside the college entrance exam realm? Undercover, had to be. Planted as fake examinees. And for my gremlin to flag danger, they had to be strong. I was never going that way, and I definitely wasn't now. Here's the thing my gremlin didn't know, and I didn't yet either. Those undercover Blood Sect members were the exact 2 assassins I'd sent hunting a name in a basement, and the name they were still chasing was Zhang Feng, and they'd cheerfully decided to kill every Zhang Feng in existence, and I was the man who'd handed them that name. The net was tightening, and I was walking the other way toward homework, because the visualization method came first. A method that actually fits me is the one thing I never stop needing, my mental crawls. And worse, every method I'd tried soured my guts because none of them were mine. So I ran for the ruins. Huge, collapsed thing. Without my gremlin, I'd have assumed it was stuffed with treasure. And because of my gremlin, I knew the only thing worth a damn in it was one book. I found the spot, shifted to the death dragon arm, and dug. Clang! The claw hit something hard, and I looked down, delighted. A white metal box. I cracked it open, and there it was. White Bone Visualization Method. Skeleton Visualization Method, I read, and a slow grin started, because a man with a death attribute arm, a life steal trait, and a soul made for corrosion had just dug up a cultivation method named after bones, and something told me the sour ache that had haunted me for weeks was finally about to meet its match. I found a safe spot, opened the book, and asked my gremlin. Basic visualization method, it said, but decent for you. One note, remove the darkness, add death. Remove the darkness? Add death? I frowned, read closer, and got it. The white bone method has you visualize white bones, but this version wraps the bones in endless black mist. Black mist is darkness. Bones are death. To fit it to me, I stripped the mist and condensed the pure bone form, which meant the method suited me because of 2 attributes, death and darkness. And death's mine. Darkness isn't. Why is death mine? My eyes lit up. The death dragon arm. Before it evolved, it was dragon claw, dragon attribute. After, death. That's the whole reason. And I've got a second talent now, body of recovery, life attribute, so a life method would fit me too. Once you see it, it's stupidly simple. But it mattered more than anything, because now I could find my own methods by matching my own attributes, instead of forcing strangers' shoes on and wondering why my feet bled. Forcing the wrong attribute would have had consequences, I don't know what kind, and I don't want to, but at least I'd only ever done a shallow pass on that tree method. Good thing. I sat down and cultivated right there, stripped the darkness, gathered the death, and, turns out I'm a natural at this. I had the basics inside an hour. And when I visualized the bones of death, there was no sour ache. None. Just clarity, comfort, my right arm quietly going to Death Dragon arm without my say-so. Death spreading off me like I was breathing right for the first time. 2 hours, full dark, and I opened my eyes. Mental 247 before, 257 now. 10 points in 2 hours on the basic version. Even if it slows, that pace is a gift, because it means I climb my worst stat just by sitting still. Then my stomach growled, and I grinned. Time to fight. Target, the Magic Horn Rhino, a Tier 4. Bigger than an elephant, black-scaled armor, and one wicked horn on its brow leaking devil energy that pierces armor, hence the name. It was busy chewing a dead tiger when it felt me and turned, blood-mouthed, fangs out. I walked at it slow. It roared and stomped a warning that shook the ground. I cracked my neck and stretched. A Tier 4. A worthy opponent. The arm came out, killing intent poured off me. It screamed at the sky and charged. A normal talent user dodges a rhino charge. I wanted a stress test, so I met it head-on. Rending claw. Clang, claw versus horn, locked, huge shockwave. It bucked and kicked, trying to shove me off, and I didn't move. Beast, your strength's the real thing. If my rending claw weren't at perfect, I couldn't trade with it. But it is. Get out of my way. The claw erupted, and the rhino got shoved back 2 steps. 2 steps means my power beat its power, which means it dies. I pressed. It charged again, horn drilling devil energy. I leapt aside, landed on its right, rending claw, pfft. It shrieked, blood-fountained, and a chunk of its scale armor shattered off. That's the armor-piercing trait. I do not care about your scales. 1 hit doesn't kill a Tier 4, but it opened the wound, and pain drove it insane. It reared up on its hind legs and stomped down where I stood. I dodged, and the stomp cratered the ground with a spiderweb of cracks. Terrifying. Won't touch me, though, and if you connect, that's just bad luck. I hit the same wound again off its opening, and this time the flesh tore wide, blood like a fountain, white bone showing inside. It went fully feral and charged blind. You deserve to die. I slid past, drove rending claw straight into the open wound, threw flesh and bone into the heart, and tore. One mournful cry, and the Tier 4 hit the ground a cooling corpse. It was very strong. I was stronger. I hauled its enormous body into my ring, found a tree hollow, lit a fire, and looted. The horn, devil energy, shimmering, a demon attribute material off a Tier 4, worth maybe 50,000. But the real prize was the meat. Enough to activate my new trait, I figured. I roasted a foreleg and, while it cooked, drilled ancient yoga to burn energy and make room, because I was about to eat like a religion. Then I ate. 1 leg, still full of fight trait, not enough, grill another. Then combat arts to burn it off. Then eat. Then burn. A rhino's big enough to be a lot of meals, which is the only reason I could eat like that. Burp. Last piece on the fire. If this isn't enough, tomorrow. And then mid-bite, a burning bloomed in me, faint and strange, and I put the skewer down. Is that body of recovery? It was. The trait had activated, and a talent user feels it the instant it lands. Blood spring. Consume blood-rich food, store some blood, spend it to heal when hurt. Recovery, huh? Honestly, body of recovery on its own is mediocre, 0 combat boost. But as my second talent, it's excellent, because I've got combat coming out of my ears. What I lack is nothing, and a support that makes me heal like a monster is perfect for a melee brawler. Better, it stacks with lifesteal. Lifesteal heals me by draining what I hit. Blood spring heals me from what I eat. Put them together, and mid-fight I'm a wound that refuses to stay open. Then, the other feature, activation method, self-harm. I sighed, shifted to the claw, and sliced my own left arm. Small cut, blood, gone, healed before my eyes. Minor wounds are instant now. I kept slicing. Cut, heal, cut, heal. Nothing. No progress on the second trait. Great! My homework is stabbing myself and it's not even paying out. I gave up for the night, put out the fire, leaned against the hollow wall, and slept. Dawn. I got up, washed, stretched, and patted my stomach. Need food. My old breakfasts were wild fruit. Now it's kill a monster and eat, because I have blood to store. I pinged my gremlin. I know what you want, here's breakfast, but it's just breakfast. How about a drop of morning dew, interested? Empty area, monsters gone. And, examinee resting that way, maybe consider murder and robbery? Let's skip the murder and robbery, I said. Not in the mood. But a sunrise dewdrop, one of the impossible absorption body materials, was a genuine gift, and only because I'd woken early. I collected the dew, killed something, roasted breakfast, ate, and then ran an hour out to explore farther, because this region was picked clean. A vast green mountain range rose up ahead, and at its foot my eyes lit as my gremlin laid out the menu. Mountains rich in materials and treasure. See that way? A fallen goblin merchant. Crashed here but able to leave any time, so catch it before it goes and you can trade. Mountain monkey territory over there. Get monkey wine. A goblin can't refuse it. Bouncy flowers here, pick them if you like. And a tier 5 monster in the Subdragon Mountains. Go look if you want to die. Oh, and a flower of life this way. Life attribute treasure, you know what I mean. Holy crap, a tier 5? A subdragon? My pupils shrank. This is the cleaned realm? Or do the officials actually think one of these kids can solve a tier 5 subdragon? Because it isn't me. I'm not a match for a subdragon. Full stop. Fine. I wasn't going near it. The rest, though, a goblin merchant means good stock, and I need monkey wine to trade since I've got nothing a goblin wants. Plus the flower of life and bouncy flowers are absorption body materials. Plan. Flower of life first, then monkey wine, then the merchant, bouncy flowers last. I ran. The flower of life was 5 minutes off, glowing faintly, and thanks to body of recovery, I could actually feel the life pouring off it. But I'd barely arrived when footsteps came from the right. Another examinee, surprised to see me, and the second he felt my aura, his hands shot up. Brother, let me leave. I won't fight you for it, okay? Sure, I nodded. Avoiding a fight's always best. I'm not a serial killer. Relieved, he turned and walked off into the distance. I turned to the flower. And then, die. Zhao spun and burst back at me from behind at top speed, fists wrapped in a cutting aura of compressed air, cold smile on his face, cursing me for being naive. Except I turned around already wearing a mocking look. Reckless. My right arm was somehow already the death dragon arm, and it tore through the air. Boom. Collision, shockwave, and his air vortex started shredding off his fist under my claw. No, impossible, he roared. Die, I sneered. Rending claw, pfft. The vortex shattered, and I drove into his chest and blasted him to the ground, a deep wound opening, bone and flesh showing. No, please don't kill me, please. If you knew it'd end like this, I said, why'd you start it? The claw came down, blood gushed, and I ended him without a flicker, because I never once believed he'd actually leave. Here's the thing about awakened teenagers. Nobody feels lesser than anyone. Everyone's got pride, and a few kills make it worse. Even sensing you're strong, they decide they can take you and swing. I'm the same, honestly. I just happen to be strong enough that I'm right. I plucked the flower of life, bagged it, patted him down, found a space ring, materials I didn't need but worth maybe 20 grand, off a guy who'd clearly robbed and killed his way here first. Next, monkey wine. And somewhere behind me, 2 blood-red robes were still walking, still hunting a name I'd handed them, getting closer to the only place in 2 worlds that name actually lived. Monkey wine first. The bamboo forest was full of mountain monkeys, all tier 1 except a tier 2 monkey king, and when I walked in, they shrieked at me to leave. Roll, I said, and let my aura off the leash, and even the king backed up scared. They could only watch me crack open the right bamboo stalk and pour out all the wine. And the tooltip on monkey wine is a comedy piece, brewed by the monkeys from flowers and fruit and rare minerals sealed in bamboo. Excellent taste and, quote, consumed in large quantities, believed to enhance physical strength and masculinity. Isn't that last part the headline? I took a sip and, for a guy who doesn't drink, nearly wept. Divine elixir. About 20 jin of it, and I took basically all of it. 10 for me, the rest for trade. Not for the manhood thing, obviously. For the physical fitness. Those who know, know. While I hunted the goblin merchant, I kept slicing my own left arm with the claw. Cut, heal, grinding the second body of recovery trait. The merchant kept moving too, so for 2 hours the distance barely closed, and then, after one more cut, I stopped dead and grinned. Activated. Rapid healing. Minor wounds close at extreme speed. And I realized what that meant stacked on everything else. Lifesteal heals me from what I hit. Bloodspring heals me from what I eat. Rapid healing closes anything small on its own. Add it up. Unless someone can put a serious wound on me in a single blow, I don't get injured anymore. Minor wounds aren't wounds, and serious ones close fast mid-fight off lifesteal. Hiss. That's genuinely terrifying, and it's me. I was delighted. Then I found the merchant in a cave, roasting meat by a fire, muttering to himself in a language I couldn't parse. Zhao saw me and went wary. Human talent user, what do you want? Zhao spoke human. Goblin merchant? Huh, you know what I am? Surprised, then a nod, then the pitch. Yes, want a deal? Of course, that's why I'm here. Up close, this goblin was short with yellow-brown skin and pointed elf ears, but shrewd-eyed and, mercifully, not disgusting like the wild kind. Didn't expect a human here, so this is your realm, lucky me. Why lucky? I asked. Because trades happen when we meet you, he said. We goblin merchants teleport all over, and some places, the abyss, the undead lands, goblin territory, there's nothing to sell to. Humans are easy. But you look young, human. You actually have what I need? Gold or barter. I said nothing. I pulled an empty bottle, waved, and monkey wine poured into it out of thin air, the smell rolling out. Zhao sniffed on reflex and lit up. That smell, familiar, so familiar. Where have I? Oh, monkey wine. That's monkey wine, isn't it? It must be. Zhao had it once, loved it, knew all its little functions, and now his eyes were full of longing. Human, are you trading with this? Then I'm more than willing. Sure, I smiled, but first let me see if you've got what I need. Humph, he puffed up. Don't underestimate a goblin merchant. We travel worlds collecting treasures. We've got what you need. Hold on. And he handed me a black recording stone. Push your mental into it, human, and you can browse everything I own. I did, and the catalog nearly blinded me. Succubus liquid, a unicorn horn, extreme cold snow lotus, the heart of a fire dragon, wind dragon scales, a titan's ancient spear, the feathers of the great demon Blackwing, the mercy of angels, on and on, with pictures. This goblin was disgustingly rich, and for one honest second I really wanted to just take it. Then I gave that up fast, because anyone who can gather this much is not someone a tier 2 robs and walks away from. Focus. Skip the demon dragon angel tier, I can't afford a feather of it. I found what I needed. Void stone. Price? 1 yuan of monkey wine per jin. Too expensive. Then name it, human. 1 per tail. I think you have a serious illness, he said. We settled at 5 taels. Morning dew, 1 drop a tail. Blood tie sway, 1 gram a jin, no bargaining. It's cheap but nearly impossible to find. Fine. And the more I browsed, the more thrilled I got because he had every material I needed, no exaggeration. With enough monkey wine, I could have evolved both Body of Recovery and the Death Dragon arm that same day. But I didn't have that much wine. Body of Recovery's materials were cheap enough. The Death Dragon arms were brutal. 1 drop of death blood cost 10 jin of wine, and I also needed 3 drops of Death Dragon heart blood and 3 grams of Death Dragon horn powder, 10 jin each. Way out of budget. After some haggling, I bought 18 jins worth. The blood tie sway, void stone, morning dew, which, once I pick those bouncy flowers, means I can evolve Body of Recovery whenever I want. Plus a drop of death blood and 3 grams of Death Dragon horn powder, which the greedy little guy only sold after I begged because he doesn't do grams. That left me 1 material short on the Death Dragon arm, Death Dragon heart blood. And I've still got 1 warehouse pull left at school after the exam, maybe it's in there. If so, I evolve the arm too. I was, quietly, giddy. Deal done, both sides happy, and the goblin sat there sipping wine and biting grilled meat with the face of a man who'd found religion. Tch, that's the taste. Brings it all back. Then, warmly, "Human, your name." "Li Qiang." "Li Qiang. I'll remember you. I'm a goblin merchant, call me Grak. If you ever have good wine again, stay. The next goblin merchant might not be me, but know this, we all love wine." "Okay," I smiled. "I'll remember, Grak." And as I turned to leave for the bouncy flowers, he called after me. "Oh, right, Li Qiang." "That way. I snuck a look earlier. There's a bunch of human talent users gathered. Looks like a little auction." "An auction?" I thought. "Inside the exam realm? Are you insane? Those are all examinees." But novel. And I was interested, so I nodded. "Got it. Thanks, Grak." And I was gone. Behind me, Grak finished his meal, patted a belt at his waist, opened a crack in the air, and stepped through it, already planning to get a communication stone so he could find me again. Remember, Grak, a wine-drunk goblin who teleports between worlds is exactly the kind of friend you want to keep, and this story agrees with me. The bouncy flowers were 3 colorful blooms by a lake, and I picked 10 petals, enough, which meant I could now evolve Body of Recovery on command. But I wasn't in a rush. I looked toward the direction Grak had pointed. That auction had me curious. The realm's huge, everyone lands random, and even with a gremlin, some other examinee could have found something good. I wondered what currency examinees even used in here. Barter, probably. I pinged my gremlin for the route, and it added flavor. Don't forget, that's toward the Subdragon range. This way, a ruin with enemies, but a breathing method that might suit you. Head to the auction, not a great one, but you'll run into your friend there. And monsters gathered here. Kill a few for lunch and dinner. Breathing method. My eyes lit. After the instructor explained them, I did not expect to trip over one this fast. One that fits me. And your friend at the auction, Chen Guang or Shu Fen? No idea. Whoever. I'll find out there. First, the breathing method. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the realm, 2 myriad Star Tower mages walked a forest, searching. You're sure it's here? Sure. Lord Truth's locating disc points to this area. Then look carefully. Use the earth-probing technique. In that war, the Realm Lord's power was terrifying. He nearly tore that god's body to shreds and shattered space, and some of the remains fell through and landed in this realm, maybe sank underground. Hope we find it fast before they notice. Relax, this world's people won't. We didn't hand over our treasures for nothing. But I smell blood. Those disgusting ones? Damn it, how did that idiot Zhang Fang offend them? If not for him, they'd never have learned the secret. Stay sharp, split up. So the exam realm was a graveyard with a god's corpse buried in it, and 2 factions were digging for the body while a murder cult hunted them. All of it tracing back to one rich boy's grudge, which traced back to me. I collect enemies the way Grak collects treasures, by accident, in bulk. I reached the ruin, a huge one, marble-like stone, foreign and elegant, and full of puppets patrolling like guards. Only tier 1 and 2, though, so I stepped in and got to work. A puppet spotted me, eyes charging a laser, and I shot in like a cannon and took its head off with one black light swing. The noise pulled others. I twisted through the beams, closed in, rending claw, and 3 more puppets went to scrap. I didn't bother clearing the rest. This isn't monster grinding. Killing every puppet gets me nothing. Just the breathing method, then out. My gremlin guided me. Not that way. 3 patrolling this corner. The method's down a passage underground. Deepest room. Puppets in the way. I went. A laser struck. I dodged. It melted a hole in the wall, and I burst in, grabbed the puppet's head one-handed as its eyes lit to fire again, and just tore the head clean off. Another appeared. 1 claw. Scrap. Calm. Just faster. Down the passage to the deepest room, no puppets, a door, and inside, a study. Shelves of books in a script I couldn't read. My gremlin skipped the untranslatable ones and stopped on a book that wasn't words but pictures, 1 scene per page, that told me the whole story of this place. The ruin came from a world called Elwyn. In that world lived a sacred dragon named Elwyn, a dragon deity, the faith of everyone there. And this ruin was a temple his believers built. Elwyn was beautiful, until one day the sky cracked and a figure came from beyond the realm to rule it. The sacred dragon refused to fight, but the invader was too strong. It tore the great dragon's body apart and shattered his wings in the sky, and the battle broke the heavens, and his followers could only stand and listen to their god's dying sorrow rain down from above. Some found the courage to look up, and saw their faith destroyed, golden blood falling like rain, wings broken, the dragon deity coming down. And I stood in the dead god's temple, holding the story of a slaughtered dragon, wearing a death dragon arm and a talent that could have walked the dragon hunter path, and got the very quiet, very cold feeling that this exam realm hadn't collected a god's corpse by accident, and that whatever the officials were fishing for, they were about to catch more than they baited. The book got worse and better. The believers watched their god's rainbow power get ejected from his body and fall into the void. Gone. The battle cracked space so badly their whole temple fell through and landed here. Many died in the fall. The survivors scraped by, and one wrote this book to record it all, and then even they died and turned to dust. That's the whole record. But the last page stopped me. One night the author looked up at the stars, homesick, and saw the sky crack and a familiar light fall in the distance. The breath of his god, the power of his god, come down into this place. Zhao wanted to find it. Too many monsters, too strong, couldn't reach it. So he wrote it down and hoped someone would. His descendants all died here. And my breath sped up. The power of a god fell into this world. Dragon deity power. My talent is dragon attribute. Whether or not it helps me, just owning it isn't a loss. Outside, it'd sell for an astronomical price, enough to buy me any material I want forever. And I had a feeling it would help. Then I caught myself, getting excited early. The officials probably swept this realm and took it already. Find the breathing method first. The god power's a maybe. My gremlin found the book in the untranslatable pile. Sacred Dragon Breathing Method. Pictures and text. I read the pictures and got it. A believer, watching his god's corpse day and night, learned the dragon's own breathing and adjusted it into a method. Zhao was too weak to make it more than an elementary one, but it's perfect for me. Because this method doesn't just strengthen the body, cultivated over time, it refines the physique, and if you have a dragon vein inside you, it stirs the bloodline and births dragon power. And here's the thing. I have a dragon vein. I've had it since I awakened Dragon Claw, a dragon bloodline, innate. Most people would need to drink dragon blood to fake it. Not me. Dragon Might, the instructor's special methods. This is one. A breathing exercise that wakes a dragon's aura. Absurd. I patted my head to stop being greedy, sat down, and studied. A breathing method isn't just breathing. For a talent user, it means syncing breath, rhythm, and the trembling of organs, blood, and meridians all at once. And a special one like this needs the dragon vein, or forcing it kills you. I memorized every picture and calmed, and my breaths came slow, each one carrying a low growl. If you'd been watching close, you'd have seen my skin tremble, my blood tremble under it, my organs shivering on different rhythms. The growl grew. My blood started to boil, a bloodline waking. Roar, roar. Like a tiger, a leopard, dominance in the sound. And it kept shifting with each breath, louder, more overbearing, sliding toward a dragon's chant. The death dragon arm came out on its own. Death filled the air. The bugs and ants in the basement fled in a panic. And then, one more breath, and roar. A dragon's cry tore out of me, and its power swept out in a wave, and I snapped my eyes open with something predatory on my face. I felt the change, and my eyes went huge, then delighted. Didn't expect it to take that fast, and it really woke dragon power. Hiss. This method was born for dragon-type awakeners. A normal person can't succeed this fast, not even with dragon blood, because I have the vein innate, and innate beats acquired by a mile. Is this dragon might? A pulse of it rolled off me, not even aimed at me, and I still felt the pressure. Interesting ability. It's not killing intent or evil chi, but close, more a manifestation of spirit. The stronger the will, the stronger the deterrence, and past a certain point it might even go physical. And it develops. I could already feel it wanting to blend with my own murderous evil chi into something worse. Then the panel. Body 312. Force 307, Agility 304, Mental 300. All out of 500, all past 300 now. 2 talents, both traits active on each. Rending Claw at perfect, plus combat arts, plus dragon might, plus a visualization method and a breathing method that finally fit me. Not bad. Quite an improvement. Now I had both. The right visualization method, the right breathing method. Enough. From here, it's just stats and talent advancement. So I laid out my body of recovery materials and stopped putting it off. I brewed the advancement potion in minutes. I'm good at this now, and drank the pale green stuff in one go. My body boiled, a green glow wrapped me for 15 minutes, and then it cooled. Absorption body. It absorbs damage and releases it in my next hit, but there's a cap. Right now, no more than twice my strongest burst, or the stored damage riots inside me and I blow myself up. Even capped, it's monstrous. My burst is already terrifying, and now I can bank a hit and add it back. Used right, I was confident I could one-punch a tier 4. And the activation method, per my gremlin, to activate it maybe consider taking hits? The more you take, the more you absorb, the more likely it triggers. Wonderful. So far, my second talent has asked me to eat competitively, stab myself, and now get punched. My skill tree is a list of bad ideas. Bizarre, but simple. And simple I can do. Absorption body had 2 evolution paths, and they stopped me cold. Path 1, Mad Dragon Physique, requires both absorption body and a dragon attribute talent to evolve. Path 2, Energy body, normal. And I finally understood why Body of Recovery scored 100 for me. Some talents only evolve by combining with another talent you already have, and I had the exact dragon piece it wanted. Which means there are probably far more hidden combination talents out there. Mad Dragon Physique, a mutation that pumps combat power and physical stats directly. Energy body, plain, roughly absorption body again. So, a genuine dilemma, the enviable kind, and I solved it the lazy way, same as the arm. Whichever materials show up first wins. I got up and left the ruins, easy exit, no puppets, and ran for the auction. My gremlin scanning the whole way so I wouldn't walk past treasure. And an hour in, I almost did. I glanced up on reflex and stopped, grinning. Almost missed it. A jet-black skeleton draped over a high branch of an ancient tree. A talent user who died in here long ago, spatial bag beside him uncorrupted, holding what I need. I jumped up onto the branch and checked the corpse. A crack in the belly bone. Some earlier examinee who took a bad wound and died before he could leave. I found the bag, dusted it, probed it, and froze. Ancient rune. And when I pulled it out to read it, I froze harder. Holy crap. A dragon breath ancient rune. 2 words hit me at once. A dragon. There is a dragon in this realm, or this rune couldn't exist. I dug deeper and found a diary, and read it to the last page, and my face went from shock to awe to greed. The diary's owner was a tier 3 who'd stumbled into this realm exploring. Zhao found part of a dragon's remains in a great mountain and pulled the dragon breath rune off it. And from his notes I understood, it was the sacred dragon's fallen power, the same god from the temple book. This guy actually found the place, got the rune, benefited from the corpse, and got chased out by the monsters guarding it, wounded, unable to go deeper. Before he died, he wrote down everything, hoping someone would find it and avenge him. And on the last page, a map. A route to where the sacred dragon's power fell. That's the part that lit me up. I'd assumed the god power was long gone, so I hadn't cared. Now I had a map, and a dragon breath rune in my hand proving the corpse was real. Suddenly, I was impatient. The rune's a powerful skill, but I can't learn it fast. Rending Claw took forever, and only clicked off an enlightenment fragment, and Dragon Breath's harder than that, so it waits. But the map doesn't wait. Auction first, then the map. I hopped down and ran. The auction was exactly as stupid as it sounded. A little fenced clearing, 20-odd examinees, men and women, tents pitched, an actual marketplace inside a life-or-death exam. Interesting. I walked in curious, and heads turned. The sharp ones caught the blood reek coming off me and flinched. Others glanced and dismissed me, and one lit up and called out, "Li Qiang." I turned, and it was Chen Guang, hurrying over glowing. I knew you'd come. I've waited here all day, so glad to see you. You waited for me on purpose, I said, surprised. Yeah, she nodded. Nothing to buy or sell, just hoped I'd run into you, and here you are. I shook my head, smiling, and every eye in the clearing was on us, because she'd said my name out loud. Li Qiang, that name's familiar. It's him? The one glued to the top of the leaderboard? Doesn't look like much. Say that to his face, then. Careful, first place got one special item yesterday and blew past 10,000 points. You know what that means. A small city nobody from Diwen, parked at number 1 over all the capital prodigies. And one of them's right here, isn't he? Sun Tao. Talented, arrogant, this'll be fun. The white-robed young man came over, fierce aura, arrogant eyes, and swept a glance across my cheap clothes with open disdain. You're Li Qiang. What is it? I said, calm. You got the first special item. Right. Zhao grinned, voice heavy with authority. Give it to me. I smiled cold. Why? Why? Isn't it obvious? A special item in a weakling's hands gets him killed. I'm holding it for you. Saving your life, really. For your own good. Mocking now. Strictly speaking, I'm your savior, so why not use your resources to repay me? And his aura came down on me like a weight. It did nothing. Before I could even answer, Chen Guang frowned. First time I've met someone this shameless. Ignore him, Li Qiang, let's go. She grabbed my hand to leave. Sun Tao's eyes narrowed cold. Young miss, trouble comes from the mouth. Apologize and you're fine. Otherwise. Otherwise what? I asked, turning to him, calm, and the calm made him shiver, because for a second he wasn't looking at a classmate. He was looking at a prehistoric thing that had noticed him. It's an illusion, he told himself. Just an illusion. This small-town nobody's no threat. And got humiliated by his own fear enough to start sneering again, right as footsteps arrived. Brother Sun, Brother Li, we're here for an auction. Give me some face, don't fight here. A slightly heavy man. Ding Shan, Chen Guang whispered. He built this place, both top 5. Can't we fight here? I asked him. Zhao nodded. But I've been wronged, I said, and I don't feel like swallowing it. You'll swallow it whether you like it or not, Ding Shan said, deep-voiced. Is that so? And the death dragon arm came out, and I turned and swept it across the clearing, and Sun Tao's eyes went wide as death crossed the air toward him. No hesitation, his whole body flashing to stone. Ask him, mid-transformation, whether savior was the word he wanted. Bang. One palm, and Sun Tao's head simply exploded, red and white everywhere, dead on the spot. The whole clearing went silent, staring at the collapsing corpse, because nobody expected me to move without a word. But I moved. And then I turned back to Ding Shan and asked, calm. I killed him, so what? What are you going to do? Outside, on the screen, an old man watched me blast the capital prodigy's head off and barked a laugh of pure approval. Bold kid, another chuckled. That'll provoke outrage. And wasn't Sun Tao the brother of Sun Guang? Might make trouble. Trouble? The last one sneered. Nothing wrong with what he did. He's got the power to flip the table, and Sun Tao walked right up to him. That's suicide. If Sun Guang wants to come, he can join his brother. Then he pulled my file, read it, and his eyes lit. Dragon Claw. Evolved. So that's the familiar talent. Evolved Dragon Claw. Powerful. An orphan. Extreme evolution. His own opportunities. And most important, an unknown direction second talent. Same as his Dragon Claw. A road nobody's walked. The three of them started grinning like kids. Funny, fun, so fun. Give the boy to me. Get lost, old bastard. Dream on. Zhao will be top of his class. His real rivals are the year above, or the year above that. I want to see what he does at college. 3 university heavyweights fighting over me while I stood in a puddle of the guy who called himself my savior. Back in the clearing, Ding Shan's mouth opened and nothing came out, because he'd traded blows with Sun Tao and knew exactly how strong the dead man was. Strong enough that Ding Shan feared no one on the leaderboard. And I'd erased him in one hit. Ding Shan swallowed hard and found a shaky smile. Brother Li, what are you saying? Sun Tao was courting death, deserved it. How could I lift a hand for him? Good then, I said. Flicked the blood off, pocketed Sun Tao's spatial bag, and walked off with Chen Guang while people got out of my way like I was weather. Only once we were gone did the clearing exhale. Holy crap, that's fierce. Sun Tao killed in one blow, he's insane. Good riddance, the arrogant prick. If not for his brother's face, I'd have done it myself. A real prodigy this year. And Ding Shan's face went ashen with shame, then calmed because he was smart, or raised smart. Interesting, Dad. You were right, he muttered. Strength's the only thing. Ordinary, rich, talent family, none of it matters. Strong enough. And a nobody wipes out a whole clan. Damn, Sun Tao made me misjudge him. Now I have to apologize properly. Lucky I've got just the gift. Sometimes conflict makes the best friendships. And he set off after me, having decided the correct response to nearly dying was networking. Chen Guang and I found open ground. What are you doing out here? I asked. Chance, she said. Found a crowd, heard about the auction, waited for you, safer than traveling alone. I nodded, then remembered. Your talent evolved? Yeah, she grinned, raising a palm that bloomed dazzling gold, warm as the sun. Holy light. Have to thank you for it. Ultimate evolution, she added. And there's more, new skill. Watch. She drew an invisible bow. A golden arrow condensed and shot out with a whoosh and punched clean through 10 trees. Holy light arrow. Dad got it for me somewhere. Pretty good, I nodded. At least she wouldn't lack range, and that range hit hard. Then she filled me in on the auction, and it clicked into something colder. The whole thing runs because someone discovered points can be transferred, set 2 watches together, and they move. Nobody mentioned that in the rules, which means the officials left it in on purpose. Are they quietly encouraging examinees to kill examinees? Because that's what point transfer does. Once everyone knows, killing a classmate is worth far more than killing monsters. And the weak but clever ones sell their loot for points at auctions like this, because points are the future, and a heaven and earth treasure isn't. I didn't love it, but I understood it. Forge strong ones, whatever it costs. I clocked Ding Shan for what he was, too. Clever. One flashy skill, and every examinee here would remember his name, and after the exam, whatever college he landed at, there'd already be freshmen who knew him, an instant team. I didn't care about any of that. Seen Shu Fen? I asked. No, Chen Guang shook her head, probably teleported far. No Zhang Fang or Huang Bo either. At Zhang Fang's name, a cold light flicked through my eyes. Then I let it go. Haven't met them yet. Lucky them. There's always a later. Li Qiang, Chen Guang said, tugging my sleeve, hopeful. Can I come with you after the auction? Ah, I said, surprised, then warned her. Where I'm going might be dangerous. It's fine, I'm not scared, she patted her still modest chest. And safer with you, alone, someone might rob my points and I fail the exam. You trust me that much? I said, amused. Aren't you afraid I'll rob you? Nope, she said, chin up, eyes full of trust. I sighed. Fine, come along. Yeah, and I can heal you if you get hurt. No need for that, I smiled. Holy Light's healing wasn't going to beat my regeneration. Then a beam of light shot up in the far distance, another special item, and I sighed. Too far, at least a day out, gone before I'd arrive. Chen Guang deflated too. And I looked at her thinking. She's a friend and a good future business partner, and if she ever wants to evolve, she'll have to do it herself. So I shouldn't let her die in here. Maybe I make her a special item someday to carry her through an exam. But before I finished the thought, footsteps. Brother Li, I'm so sorry about earlier. I've come to apologize. Ding Shan, cupped hands, sincere face. It's nothing, I said meaningfully. No, I bullied you first. I have to. Please don't hold a grudge. A gift. I hope you'll take it. Zhao waved, and an item appeared in his palm, and my eyes gleamed. Actually, there's no need, I said, but since you're this sincere, refusing would be my mistake. So you forgive me, Brother Li? If I didn't, I laughed, I'd be ungrateful. His smile widened. Tomorrow's auction has good items, come participate. And if you don't mind, let's exchange contact info. Sure. We traded contacts and he left, even winking at Chen Guang, clearly assuming she was my girlfriend, which I didn't bother correcting. Clever fellow, I muttered. And the clever fellow walking away thought, this Li Qiang isn't the pure killer he looks like. He's sharp. Don't offend a man like that. Thank God we reconnected. If he'd refused me, honestly, I'd have worried less. A man with potential but no social sense doesn't live long enough to cash it in. But this one's future is going to be brilliant. The gift was a heaven and earth treasure. A dragon blood fruit doesn't boost stats much, but it helps a talent user learn dragon attribute skills. Zhao clearly noticed the death dragon arm when I turned Sun Tao into modern art. "Why's he suddenly so polite?" Chen Ang asked, curious. "To befriend me, obviously," I said. "They think it's cheaper than offending me." She nodded, then looked at me with open envy. "You keep getting stronger. I wonder when I'll ever be at your level." "Keep at it, you'll get there," I said, comforting her on autopilot, and we went to rest. Then I sat down, swallowed the dragon blood fruit, and pulled out the dragon breath rune to study. With good fuel like that, no reason to wait. Dragon breath was even harder than rending claw, and I frowned, stuck at the door of it. But a talent user's patience is deep. So I breathed and settled in and ground at it into the night. Past dinner, past dark, into the next dawn. Morning. Yesterday's far-off item had long since gone to a guy named Zhao Yun. Chen Guang was already cooking breakfast when I opened my eyes, and she smiled bright. "Li Qiang, go wash up. Breakfast's almost ready." And I'll be honest, she'd changed clothes, hot pants and a short sleeve, fair skin, and the hills that were barely there yesterday had opinions today. And I caught myself looking and looked away, touched my nose, and felt guilty about it. Then I sighed for a different reason. Dragon breath's tough. Not zero progress, but I'll need a few more days of focus before it officially clicks. We ate and headed to the auction. And when we arrived, every eye turned to us full of fear because the show I'd put on yesterday had stuck. "Brother Lee, perfect timing. I saved you and Miss Joe front seats," Ding Shan beamed, hustling us to the good spots before running off to work. The auction opened, Ding Shan hosting from behind a completely pointless curtain, welcoming everyone to his humble little marketplace. First item, a 2-centimeter dark attribute antenna-looking thing, dark tentacles, 10 points to start. Precious as a dark material, useless to me. Next, it sold for 80. Second, third, fourth, all worth something, none mine. Then the fifth, and I sat straight up. "A friend obtained this from a dangerous spot in the realm," Ding Shan announced, "where during the realm's clearing, a powerful being killed the monster guarding it and left remains behind. Curious yet?" And he held up a glass bottle with a single drop of blood in it, radiating death. A drop of death, sub-dragon heart blood. And I stared at it with something close to horror, because that drop was the exact last material I needed to evolve the death dragon arm. I needed 3 drops. There was 1. But that wasn't even the important part. The important part was what that drop meant. There had been a death sub-dragon in this realm, and it might still be here. And since an examinee found the blood rather than the corpse, no dragon kill showed on the leaderboard. That meant the dragon, or its remains, was still out there somewhere. If someone else could stumble onto a drop, then with my gremlin, I could find the rest. Not many people bid. Most lack a death talent, and the ones who did just wanted to flip it for profit. I raised my hand. 1,000 points. Ding Shan called for more. The clearing went silent, and someone laughed. "If Brother Lee needs it, let Brother Lee have it." Goodwill and a bid to befriend the man who'd exploded a prodigy's skull that morning. I smiled and dipped my head in thanks, because I'm not ungrateful when people carry my sedan chair, even when I know the carrying is mostly fear. Going once, twice, sold to Brother Lee. Chen Guang gasped, "Is that the material you needed?" "Right." "How did you even know your own evolution materials?" "I still don't know mine," and her admiration was real, because her talent, like mine, walked a road nobody had mapped, and she hadn't even cracked her feature activations, and here I'd assembled almost a whole evolution. "Explore more, you'll figure it out," I told her, "and if you get stuck, come find me. I'll help." "Sure. Not free, though," I added. "There's a fee." "I never said I wouldn't pay," she pouted, her gratitude evaporating the instant money entered the chat. And I sat there holding 1 drop of dragon heart blood, 2 drops short, with a map to a dead god in my ring and a tier 5 death dragon somewhere in this realm, and started, quietly, to make a very bad decision. Then she squinted and laughed. "Heh heh, you said it. I'll come find you." Of course I keep my word, I smiled, while my gremlin quietly served me her file. Chen Guang. Talent. Holy light. 3 evolution paths. Fallen evil light. Golden light that subdues evil. Light of faith. Complex, all of them. When I run into Shu Fen, I can make a deal for her spin talent too. A little side business in mapping other people's souls. The auction ended, and I dragged Chen Guang backstage to Ding Shan to settle up. Watches together. 1,000 points transferred, and he no doubt skimmed a cut for hosting because that's what clever men do. But I didn't leave. Brother Lu, a favor? Speak. Ask the Heartblood seller where he found it. I'll pay points for the location. Ding Shan hesitated, against the rules technically, but for my face he'd ask. 15 minutes later he came back with a freshly drawn map. 500 points, and he swore he hadn't even looked at it. Done. I trust you. Points transferred, goodbye. And when I unrolled that map outside, my eyes went wide. How? The ink was still wet, the drawing crude, and I knew it on sight. Because it was the same place. The exact location from the diary in the dead man's spatial bag. The spot where the sacred dragon's power fell. But that made no sense. A sacred dragon is light or life. How is it tangled up with death? Unless a death sub-dragon was born there later. And anticipation lit up in me, because whatever the reason, both trails pointed at one mountain, and that mountain still had a god's power in it. Li Qiang, why are you so excited? Chen Guang asked. I pocketed the map and chuckled. I've got 1 drop of heartblood, still short. Now I've got the location, so I'll go get more and evolve. Of course I'm excited. Go now? Yeah, let's go. And we set off. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the realm, Zhang Feng stood in front of 2 myriad star tower mages. You're my father's help? One nodded. Didn't expect you to find us. Your father give you the map? Of course, Zhang smirked. Zhao said once I entered, come here. You'd help me get something and protect me inside. The 2 exchanged a look, disdain hidden, and nodded. Your enemies are a separate job, one said. Stay with us for now. We're looking for something. Once we have it, we give you your cut per the deal with your father and then go kill your so-called enemies. Until then, behave. Keep our identities quiet. Zhang Feng bristled at the tone but knew these weren't his to command, so he swallowed it. What are we even looking for? A power, they said. The power of a god, faded over the years but still here, maybe with residual laws inside it, which your father and we both need. Getting it would benefit you greatly. Hiss, Zhang nodded, eyes sparkling, and joined the hunt. So there it is, everyone. Me, hunting the dragon power for my arm. The blood sect, hunting the same. Myriad Star Tower, hunting it too. And Zhang Fang, the rich boy who ordered my death, walking the same mountain, protected by mages, chasing the same prize. 4 parties, 1 god's corpse. And the funniest part is that the murder cult was still, at that exact moment, hunting a man named Zhang Feng, and the man named Zhang Feng was now standing 3 ridges away, thinking he was safe. A day of travel, and Chen Guang and I neared the mountain. I stopped once, a flicker of doubt on my face, nothing, just remembered something, keep going, because my gremlin was talking. 2 blood sect members passed through here just before you. Don't rush or you'll walk into them. Friendly reminder. Myriad Star Towers people are still ahead of the blood sect. So the whole guest list had arrived early, which meant nobody had claimed the prize yet, which meant I still had a shot, especially with a gremlin nobody else has. I moved faster. The mountain, when we reached it, was ancient, trees hundreds of years old, some over 1,000, and Chen Guang's face tightened. Lots of strong monsters here, probably. Don't panic, I'm here, I said, patting her head on reflex. And she pursed her lips and went quiet and, for reasons I didn't clock, looked oddly safe. I wasn't watching her. I was reading my gremlin, and it was grim. 4th-tier monster group's territory, a whole group. A 5th-tier forest sub-dragon foraging nearby. A dragon wolf pack hunting, strong, numerous, a little dangerous even for you. And, buried deep, undiscovered, a remnant of the sacred dragon's power. Tisk. The fallen god had juiced the whole region into a monster preserve. But I saw one line I liked and grinned. This way first. A Tier 2 python lunged out of the trees. Roll. 1 punch, its skull went to paste, corpse into the ring. 3 monsters already and we just got here, Chen Guang noted. This place is tricky, be careful. I know, don't worry, she said, scratching her cheek, deciding I cared about her, and if I'd known that's where her head went, I'd have told her she was overthinking it. I just didn't want her to die because her father is the richest, most convenient, most familiar business contact I've got. And where would I find another whale who hands out heaven and earth treasure like party favors? I keep my clients alive, keep moving. Something nearby matches my talent. My gremlin walked me in. Close now. 300 meters. Mind the poisonous snakes in the leaves. Almost there. See that jade rough stone? Under the soil right there. I stepped on the snake without looking, ignored the jade, worthless to me, a rock ordinary people collect, and, to keep up appearances for Chen Guang, pretended to search. You sure it's here? She asked. Strong intuition, I said gravely, summoned the arm, and mused, could be underground. I've dug up good things before. And started digging while she cheerfully stood watch on my back. 1 meter. 2. 3. Clang. Found it. Chen Guang spun, expecting me to come up empty, and gasped. A 7-colored crystal, dust-covered, glowing faint, extraordinary at a glance. I lifted it, nearly weightless, unmistakably dragon attribute, and if you listened close, you could hear a dragon's roar inside it. My gremlin appraised, fragmented dragon power crystal, forms only when a dragon deity's divine power condenses after death, holds the dead god's power. Normally miles above your rank, but it's fragmented. Most of it faded to a trace over the ages, and your attributes match, so you can consume it directly. Friendly reminder, for best results, pair it with the Dragon Breath Ancient Rune. Dragon Power Crystal. The power of a dead god, and it pairs with my rune, meaning I can finally learn Dragon Breath. I couldn't wait. I pocketed it and climbed out. Where next? Chen Guang asked. Let me look, I said, and asked my gremlin. Blood sect this way. Myriad Star Tower that way, and if all goes well, the 2 groups meet in 3 hours. And this direction, a remnant of power buried deep, but guarded by a death subdragon, formed from the lingering will and resentment of the dead dragon deity. 5th tier. Go there, and you die. Plus a dragon blood grass over here. Found it, I thought, excited. The power's still there. And then, guarded by a death subdragon. Problem. Because as much as I wanted that heart blood, a tier 5 death dragon was not something I could kill, not even with Chen Guang. Wait, I stroked my chin. Myriad Star Tower and the Blood Sect are both here for exactly this. Maybe I don't lift a finger at all. Maybe I lure 2 murder factions onto 1 dragon and pick the winner's pocket. My eyes brightened. This way, Le Yao. Grab the dragon blood grass on the way, a dragon material, never skip it, and then I walked us straight toward the death dragon. And there it was. Chen Guang clapped a hand over her mouth, whole body rigid. Dragon. It's a dragon. I see it, I said, grave. 50 meters easy, black-scaled, death rolling off it thick enough to choke on, threat radiating just from lying there. I stood in the shock for a second, then smiled and whispered, Le Yao, shoot it with an arrow. Huh? She blinked at me like I'd lost my mind. Why are you courting death? I read it right off her face and coughed. Relax. We stand back, you loose 1 arrow, no danger. I'm pretty sure there's another crystal under that thing, the kind I need, and it's the Guardian. And a Guardian doesn't stray far from what it guards, so let's test it. Shoot, and if it chases, at this range and my speed, I carry you out easy. She grabbed my sleeve with her left hand, dead serious. You said it. You carry me the second it moves. Promise, I said, and made an okay sign. She breathed, drew, and a golden arrow condensed and streaked out and cracked into the resting dragon's skull. Powerful, and it left a single white mark. Dragon defense is genuinely terrifying, sub-dragon or not. But the arrow woke it. Its eyes opened, dragon aura erupted across everything, and those eyes swung onto us. Roar! A sound like a wall of dust, and then a jet-black breath poured out, and everything it touched, flowers, trees, rock, soil, rotted at visible speed. Life drained out of the world. Death dragon breath, I recognized, pupils tight. Different attributes, different breaths, and death is one of the worst. I snatched Chen Guang and fled backward, dodging it, and when we'd bought distance, I looked back at what the breath had left. An abyss, a stripe of dead world. "Should we leave?" she asked, pale. "This thing's terrifying." "Relax. See how it isn't chasing?" She looked surprised.
It really isn't.
From the first roar to now, the dragon hadn't moved its body an inch. A guardian. Exactly what I bet on. It won't leave its spot. "So what now?" she said. "It's way too strong for us." I nodded. Death subdragon's the strongest of the subdragons. A water or earth one, with her help, I'd have risked. This one, no confidence at all. Then I smiled, that little smirk creeping up. "No need to worry. You think it's just the two of us in this whole region? Ah?" She looked lost. I patted her head. Big area, other examinees around, and that roar carried for miles, bound to pull a few curious ones in. So we hide, and we watch. I've got a crystal that might even make me stronger before this is done. And if nobody comes, the two of us can still test whether we can crack a dragon. She stared at me a long moment, then poked my waist. "Damn, I just realized. You're bad. Bad boys are the ones girls like, you know," I said and rolled my eyes. She blushed for no reason I could see. "You running a fever?" I asked genuinely. "Chen Guang, the kind of silence that means your whole family has a fever, and there are somehow still straight men this oblivious walking the earth." "No," she said. "Just a little hot." "Fine. Let's move before someone spots us." I found a huge, ancient tree, jumped us onto a branch, chiseled a hollow with the claw, sealed us in, then cut 4 little leaf-covered windows so I could watch every direction, and the dragon. Chen Guang sat there peeking window to window like a curious rabbit, twin ponytails swinging, and I'll leave my private commentary out of the record. Because here's the whole shape of it, the shape I'd been building since a rich boy first decided an orphan was in his way. Somewhere out there, 2 blood sect assassins were closing on this mountain, still hunting a name I'd handed them in a basement. Somewhere out there, 2 myriad star tower mages were closing too, dragging Zhang Feng along, the actual Zhang Feng, the one that name belongs to. Both factions wanted the same god power I was now sitting on top of, guarded by a death dragon none of us could kill alone. And I was folded into a tree with a golden arrow girl and a dead god's crystal in my pocket, waiting for every single person who'd ever tried to end me to walk into the same clearing and meet the same dragon. I didn't have to beat any of them. I just had to decide who met the dragon first. Ask me later whether the trash they threw away should have been left alone, because the answer was about to rot a stripe through the world, and I had the best seat in the house.